Good morning, Commissioner, Council, Mr. Marciello. Before we begin for this week, I'd like to read off our weekly land acknowledgement. I would like to open this week of hearing by acknowledging that the city of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. And if the court reporter could please affirm Mr. Marciello.
Good morning, sir. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Marciello. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. Good morning.
Just before we get into any details, I just want to go through a bit of your background and work history. And I understand that you went to Humber College and graduated with a diploma in civil transportation engineering technology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when did you graduate?
1982.
Okay. And am I correct that you were employed by the MTO from around March 1986 until 2015?
Yes.
And I understand that your last day physically at work for the MTO was March 3rd, 2015, although your employment formally ended in June 2015. Is that right?
That's right.
And you were the supervisor of the pavement evaluation unit from the early 1990s until you left the MTO. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And could you just describe for us what that job entailed? I know it was a number of things, but if you could just briefly describe that for us.
It involved supervision of 2 full-time staff and summer students who operated the automatic road analyzer. And that also was a pavement evaluation equipment that would determine pavement performance in different indices, pavement rut, crack mapping, and so on. And that would determine the condition of the pavements, and a decision would be made based on that. I also operated within the supervisory role the actual ASTM brake force trailer. And that as well evaluated pavements in terms of friction levels. And I did a lot of the field work in that unit as well.
All right. And I understand that involves quite a bit of travel from time to time in operating the trailer and the other devices.
Extensive travel, yes.
And you operated the MTO's locked wheel skid tester for most of your career until you left in 2015. Is that right?
For probably at least half of my career, yes.
Okay. And is that from back in the early 90s?
Probably the mid 90s, yes.
Mid 90s. Okay. And were you the sole operator of it during that time period?
During that time, I was, yes.
And then, and on the skid trailer, you then generate, after operating it, that included generating the results of the testing and compiling them into survey reports?
Yes, correct.
And can you estimate, and I'm not asking for any exact number, it's sort of an order of magnitude, but how many skid tests you administered and reported on during the course of your career?
I can't put a number to that. It's in the thousands.
Okay, well, that's the only sort of estimate that I was looking for, somewhere in the thousands.
Yeah.
Okay. And just to place your activities in the context of this public inquiry, we know, and just if you could confirm, you conducted the MTO's initial skid test testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in Hamilton on October 16th, 2007. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then subsequently, you performed skid testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2014. Is that right?
That's correct.
And as is typically done, you compiled the test results and reported on them. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in your role as supervisor of the pavement evaluation unit, you formally reported to the head of pavements and foundations. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And I understand that variously, sort of starting earlier in time, that was Tom Kazmarowski.
Yes, it was.
And then Becca Lane.
Yes, it was.
And then Stephen Lee.
Yes.
Right? And I think there was Betty Bennett may have been an acting role in between Ms. Lane and Mr. Lee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the person who you directly reported to in pavements and foundations.
One or two of those people, yes.
Yeah. As time passed, it changed as well.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so Registrar, if we could go to overview document 4, image 14, please. And Mr. Marciello, we've got a thing we call the overview document, which is, and it's part 4 of it, which is what I'm going to be referring you to, which sets out documents and facts and so forth that pertinent to the inquiry. But, and I'll take you to that from time to time, but I'll also take you to the underlying documents in some instances as well. If you, at any time, if I'm looking at the overview document with you and you want to look at the underlying document and I haven't done that, please let me know and we'll just go to it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So in paragraph 22, it talks about a presentation you gave to the MTO's geotechnical committee. And then it was revised later in 2013 that described the MTO's friction evaluation processes. And do you recall this? We're going to take you to the slideshow. Do you recall this presentation?
I do.
Okay.
Briefly,
okay.
I do.
Okay. And if we could go then to MTO 35791. I may come back to this from time to time, but pavement friction evaluation, MTO practices. And do you recall the context in which you presented this originally to the geotechnical committee?
I don't recall. Very basically.
Yeah, you recall you created it and you know it was for that purpose, but that's about it?
Yes, that's about it, yeah.
Okay. If we could go to image 9. So we have an image. Actually, do we have the native of this document? It's a little bit blurry. Maybe we don't.
I'm familiar with the picture.
Okay, I'm just asking the registrar if we have the native for this document. I suspect we don't, and we can just use this if we don't. But if we have the native, that would be helpful, maybe.
Hi, Council. I don't believe I have the native of this one.
Okay, no, that's fine. If we run into a problem, we'll email it to you. Okay, so is this a photo of the actual truck and skid trailer for the MTO?
Yes, the two right photos are the most recent machine that we use, and the one on the left is an older version.
I see. So at some point, did you change? Did you get a new machine?
Yeah, we did. We got an upgrade, and then we replaced both truck and trailer and software.
Do you recall when that was?
No, I don't.
Okay, and I'm wondering if, because we noticed that there was the GPS data was added at a point in time. was that at that time when the new trailer was purchased and used?
No, I believe the GPS was added, I think, around 2013, 2014.
Okay, and was the new machine prior to that or after that?
Prior.
I see. You don't recall when that was, though?
It was probably the last time we had it calibrated in the United States, in Michigan, and that at the same time they installed the GPS technology.
Sorry, you got the new machine. Sorry, you got the new machine at around the same time that the GPS?
I believe the GPS was put onto the machine after the purchase of them. It could have been a year or two after.
I
It could have
see.
been 5 years after. It was after the purchase of the new machine.
Okay. So in this presentation, is the one on the left, that's the original one from your 2005 presentation, and on the right, it's the later 2013 version?
I believe so, yes.
I see. Okay. And I think you said that the GPS was added around 2013, 2014. Would that have been in the context of the network testing that you did in 2013? Do you know?
No, I think the network testing happened after that.
After it was installed.
After the installation, yes.
You're right. That's what I meant. I was wondering if it was installed for the network testing or in anticipation of it. No. Okay. And so would it make sense? We can take you to it, but from the Red Hill test results, the one from 2014 does have GPS data on it, but the ones from 2012 and prior do not. So does that make sense just in terms of timing?
Yes, it does. It does.
Okay. And could you just describe how the trailer worked and how you operated it?
Okay, the trailer utilizes two ASTM standards that determine what equipment is used and how it is used to come up with numbers that are approved by ASTM. The skid trailer itself is basically the brains behind it. The computer in front will indicate to the trailer the distance that the tire is traveling. The right tire measures the actual distance you're traveling, and the left tire is a tire that's used to brake. So at a given speed, at a certain time during whatever pavement test section there is, I will activate the test to be conducted, and the actual nozzle in front of the left tire is lowered, and water will be sprayed out of the nozzle to simulate a wet pavement condition. And a split second after that, the actual tire brakes. And in a 3 or 4 second span, it determines the actual force required to have the actual tire brake. And after a few seconds after that, we have numbers that come up on screen in front of me.
Okay. All right. And typically you're doing this at the posted speed, correct?
Typically it is. It is.
Not always, but that was the usual. That was the usual.
That was the usual approach, yes.
Okay. And typically, would you perform it in mixed traffic?
Mostly, yes, I would.
Right. And right. Okay. And what do you do if there's a slowdown, a traffic jam, something like that? It's busy.
Well, sometimes I'll wait. If it's serious enough, I'll pick another day to do it on. But typically, I'll wait to see. Well, I would initially start going out to the site, knowing that if there is high traffic areas or low traffic areas where I can conduct this safely at posted speed. If there was traffic throughout the day, I would sometimes even test at lower speeds so I can be with the traffic and do the testing and have results.
Okay.
But mostly at posted speed limit.
And that's one of the ASTM standards that you were referring to is the ASTM E274, right? That's
correct. That pertains to the actual unit and how it operates in the equipment itself.
And if we could go to image 12, Registrar. In this slide, you referred to a couple of things. In the second bullet refers to the film of water that's applied. And it's at 0.5 millimeters of water thickness is simulated, it says. Does that mean it's applied?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And it says one test cycle lasts up to a maximum of 4 seconds. 4S, I take that, is that seconds?
Yes.
Okay. And were you, do you apply the each time the brakes are applied? Is that done manually?
It can be done manually. It can be done automatically as well. If sections are very short, some may last maybe 100 or 200 meters. The manual method is definitely used. If there are short sections if there are concerns on the pavement surface of flushing or bleeding or other areas that we are concerned with, I could do it manually as well. Sections that are longer than 2 or 3 kilometers, I can automatically have a test done every known distance. It could be every 200 meters, every 500 meters, and especially in the long sections where the pavement surface are consistent.
And so when you say when it's the pavement surface is consistent, what do you mean by that?
The same pavement design.
I see. Okay. So the same type of mix on top. Is that what you mean? The same surface mix, whether it's super pave 12.5 or SMA or HL1. Is that what you mean?
That's correct.
Okay. But typically for longer ones, would you use the automatic distance spacing approach or manual? What was your usual practice?
I would. The longer section, I would use I would set the distance and it would test on itself automatically.
Okay.
It was a matter of utilizing the water we have on board or have on board efficiently, especially in the network type of system or where it involved a lot of travel, where I had very few choices of getting water between sites, especially in Northern Ontario.
I see. So it's just to regulate the water so you didn't run out.
Well, in those cases, yes. In those very long sections where water was not that readily available.
Okay. And it image 17. You go there, Richard. Thank you. This is talk about protocol for frequency of measurements. And you first part talks about accident inquiry and friction concerns 30 meters or less.
Yes.
And so is that on the shorter sections that you're talking about when it's a very targeted area?
Usually in the shorter sections where there may be a hazard in spots along the sections, right?
And quality assurance at 200 meters, 200 or 250. The middle one is aggregate sources selection, 200 meters. So is that the one that typically would apply if you were doing the testing at the request of the soils and aggregates section for DSM purposes?
It would typically apply.
With potentially exceptions, but that's the usual?
It could be 200 meters or slightly less than that. The main point was to get a representative number of the section, or average, representative average of the section.
Okay. And then project request. So these are ones where it's actually, is it where it's a newly paved section?
More or less, yes, exactly.
And if we go back to image 12, I'm wondering how did the reports get generated out of this? We'll look at a couple of examples of the reports from the Red Hill, but that we know that there's a chart that sets out the the individual results and so forth. And there's also can be a graph that shows historically. How did you generate the results after the report was completed?
Okay, the data would be put on electronically on a disk in the vehicle, be collected and copied on. It'd be brought into the office, and I'd use various software to print and create tabular format and graphical format of that data to be viewed and to be looked at, with senior management.
Okay, and it says in the last bullet, onboard computer computes the dynamic FN. So that's actually the friction number that is generated at each point the wheel's locked and applied. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so if we could go to overview document 4 at image 60, please. And this is the results. Actually, I guess then 61, please. For the Red Hill Valley Parkway, if you could expand that for us, please, Registrar, on October 16th, 2007. And it's not the particular results I want to look at here, but just how you generated this. Were all of these fields automatically generated, or did some of them you have to manually enter?
No, they automatically get read by the Excel software that's there, and I basically enter the distances of the every landmark that I collected. Mainly, let's say, for example, 0.49 kilometers from the start is Barton Street. 1.82 kilometers from the start is Queenston. So I would manually input the landmark names, but the numbers themselves, the 3 columns you see on the far left, yep, they would automatically be generated by Excel from the disk brought in from the vehicle into the office environment. Okay. And what about at the bottom, the averages and the minimum, maximum, standard deviation? Are those automatically generated as well? Does automatically generate by the Excel? Yes. Okay. And then on the right-hand column, there's comments, and I've seen in yours, typically you would indicate the type of pavement and the conditions and sometimes other details. Would I be correct that those were also things that you manually entered? Yes, I would enter them manually. Anything, any information pertaining to the site that should be in the comment column, yes. Okay, and what about in that, the rest of it at the top, the pavement friction survey 2007, and the information about the location and the limits of the testing, things like, and the temperature, were those, and the date, were those automatic or ones that you entered? They were automatic as well. Okay. Even the site limits, I would have thought, is it? The site limits were automatic. Okay. How would it do that if you didn't like a program in Excel that was created by a student, actually. He assisted me in creating this software in Excel that generated those numbers the way I wanted to. Not the numbers, but I mean, for example, where it says site, CNAROH structure to Green Hill Ave, Hamilton. They were automatically generated from however it was entered in the field. Okay. That sounds like if you knew where you were going to be running it from, that it would go, that it would go, right. So it would be entered in manually, what was going to happen, and then it would automatically spit it out into this report. Is that right? That's right. It would be manually entered in the field. Okay. And then put on the report. But that information, it's only if I've understood you correctly, it's only the information in the distance, speed, and average FN, and then the averages below that. Those are the only things that are entirely automatically generated. Is that right? From field to office, yes. And from field to office, even the top portion of the site and the location, direction, and lane, that's also automatically generated from the field media to the office media through Excel.
Right. But it got to be, but on the horizontal green band, the second horizontal green band that has like the direction SBL1, lane 1, the date, the site, that all of that stuff, that, if I've understood you correctly, is manually entered on the site and then gets generated into this report. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And what about the temperature? Same thing? At the
Same
start?
thing. Yes.
Okay. At the start, you enter the temperature at the time, and then it gets put onto the report automatically?
The temperature, as I recall, the temperature is part of the automatic printout in the field. I don't enter the temperature. The temperatures are generated. That's part of the ASTM. It's part of the standard ASTM standard.
Because it requires, the standard requires the temperature to be recorded.
Well, it should be recorded. Yes, the temperatures are important.
Okay, and if we could go to ham 5.4, and this is I'd like the native for this, please. Ham 54586. And this is from data that was sent well after you left the MTO in 2019 from the MTO to the city of Hamilton. But it's got the data from the testing done from 2008 through to 2014. If we could look at the test data tab. Yeah, and if you could scroll up a bit so we can see the 2014 data. And so this is the 2014 results, and it's got GPS coordinates there in L and M. Is that, so by that point, what we were talking about before, by 2014, you think in 2013, actually, the GPS data was also included?
Yes.
And was that something that was obviously automatically generated, the same as the other 3 columns we looked at?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And we could scroll up a little bit there to the next results. Yeah, keep going. Okay, stop. And then we see this is 2012 data, and then in columns L and M, we don't have any results for GPS. So that's what we were talking about. Before that, before 2014 for the Red Hill results, there was no GPS coordinates, correct?
There wasn't, but I didn't generate this report.
You did not generate it?
No, I didn't. That
was my next question. So this is this, okay. So this is a report presumably then generated out of whatever data there was in the system.
I think I'm not sure. Someone may have gone into it and used the software to get it in a format they wanted.
Right.
But this doesn't look like a format that I would have used.
Not the format that you used.
That I would, yes.
Okay. And so then if we could take that down then, thank you. If we could look at the 2014 results, just to deal with the GPS issue. If we go to the native of MTO 22943. So this is just one of the lanes. This is northbound lane 1 from the 2014 Red Hill Valley Parkway testing. You take a second to look at it by all means and tell me when you've done so.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And then I see in here, there's the, as compared to the 2007 results we already looked at, it does show the distance on the far left-hand column, but then it's got the GPS coordinates in the next two, latitude and longitude. Is that right?
That's correct.
So this is the kind of, this is the format, the data that you would have seen it in at the time. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you mentioned when I was asking you about when you got the new trailer and the new, and I guess the new truck to go with it, which you thought was at some point prior to getting the GPS. And was the GPS, was that part of the trailer itself, or was that affixed to the truck, or how did that work? Do you recall?
I believe the GTS was attached to the trailer. Yes.
Itself? Okay.
Yeah, the hardware.
And I think you mentioned, I don't want to mischaracterize it, but that you got the GPS around the time that the trailer was sent to the US for some purpose. Is that right?
Yes.
And sorry, what was that purpose?
I think it was for calibration of the unit itself, the trailer.
Okay, so when the unit was new, like when it was first obtained?
When we first obtained it, the deal was that it would be calibrated there when we first purchased it. But I think it was decided to have it calibrated a little more frequently after that. Okay.
And when you say calibrated, what do you mean in that context? Calibrated to what?
To the ASM standard itself, to make sure the trailer was working properly, given the numbers, the right numbers on their pavement sections in Michigan, which they had many, many of, and they would monitor it with their machines as well. So they make sure that our machine numbers would match their machine numbers, and all the instrumentation would be working properly.
Okay.
And thus would generate basically a piece of paper that would show that it was calibrated on this date.
And what about with the prior device? So you had the prior device, and then you got the new one in around 2013, you indicated. What about calibration between results on the prior machine and the new machine?
We would annually, sometimes even weekly or monthly, we had a number of sections throughout the province, and because I would travel extensively, there would have to be sections that I would be able to compare historical data with, to make sure that the numbers we were getting one year were very close to numbers we got previous year, and we would run a correlation with that to make sure it aligned with what the correlation number should give us, and that was done prior to getting the new system that we did.
Sorry, prior to getting the
new truck, which got calibrated right from the start.
Okay. But what about as between the two devices then? Did you, because I know that you would track certainly certain sections, right, as to how it how the results in 1 year compared to prior years.
Yes.
How did you correlate between in testing years between what the old device and the new device?
The old to new device, they actually did it in Michigan. We didn't do that part of the work. They the purchase of the new vehicle involved Michigan doing their calibration testing. Prior to that, with the old vehicle, like I told you, we would have pavement sites throughout the province, especially in Southern Ontario, on pavement sites that we knew numbers that were occurring in previous years, and we would compare those numbers. We'd never compared numbers prior to the new purchase with other machines.
So I'm not sure I understand what you say. That, can you repeat that?
Okay. The new unit that was purchased, the vehicle that you saw on those right in that photograph, when it was first purchased in Michigan, the company there was responsible to make sure that it gave us the results that ACM standard wanted it to spit out, and that's the machine we received. And because it was calibrated, it was trusted that the numbers we received throughout the province were the numbers that followed the standard ASTM.
Okay. And just from in your experience, did you find that the new machine functioned in a comparable way to the old machine?
I did.
Okay. There's nothing you didn't find that, oh, this seems to be measuring higher or lower under certain circumstances. You thought it was reasonably consistent. Is that fair?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier, you can take this down, Registrar, thank you. And if we could go back to the presentation at MTO 35791. You mentioned that I think temperature was important. And when you mentioned that it was something that was required by the standard to be mentioned. And
yes.
While we're going to there's a bullet at image 12 that says ambient temperature above 4 degrees. We can wait for it to come up, but if you know what that's referring to.
Yes, I do.
Okay, there we go. It's the first bullet there. So at an ambient posted speed limits and ambient temperatures above 4 degrees Celsius. So what was that your practice? That was
ASTM's practice. Yes, that was our practice as well.
Okay. And what was your understanding about the importance of temperature?
Well, basically, the higher the temperature, the more flexible the pavement became, and pavements act differently as they get much warmer and hotter. Anything around that hovers around 4 degrees and below might change the dynamics of the pavement surface. And ASTM standard, I'm sure they must have set a number at 4 degrees to ensure consistent numbers that can occur above 4 degrees, 20 degrees, 25 degrees. I think it was a number that they chose based on the testing that they did.
Okay. And assuming a temperature is above 4 degrees, then you're performing it. Did you experience differences in results based on temperature? Is that something that you noticed?
Maybe in extreme temperatures, you would see it. The numbers could change because the pavement surface has become very hot. Asphalts react differently in very, very extreme weathers. And I would see some differences at extreme temperatures, yes.
Okay, higher or lower at high temperatures?
It just depends on the pavement type, surface itself.
Okay. And we've heard that in some circumstances, locked wheel testers can have difficulties measuring friction on turns and curves because there's a risk of skidding when the wheel locks. Is that something that you experienced?
Well, because only one wheel locked, the issue of out of control trailer never happened with me. But it could happen if a trailer that was out there had 2 tires that was skidding at the same time, that there would be an issue there. But in my case, in my experience, I never felt that I was going to be losing the trailer on the curve. No.
Okay. Wasn't an issue for you?
It wasn't.
And if we go to image 14, registrar. This slide's titled Range of Friction Numbers. And in the third bullet, typical FN80 ranges in Ontario, 28 to 50, or does that mean greater than 28 to 50?
No, they're between 28 and 50.
Right. Okay. And at FN80, that's meaning testing at the posted speed of 80 kilometers an hour in that case. Is that right?
The testing at 80 kilometers an hour. It could be posted, may not be posted at 80.
Oh, right. Right. Because that's the default non-posted speed on a highway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And does that mean though that this data set that's coming from are from the typically the 2-lane highways, not the 400 series? Is that right?
It could be either or. It could be 2-lane highways. It could be multi-lane highways.
Okay, but in any event, at 80 kilometers an hour.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what that data set is from?
I believe it's from past reports.
Okay, but you don't recall specifically?
I don't know.
Okay. And then the next bullet says measured frictional resistance decreases with increasing tire inflation pressure. And so is that something that you dealt with by like checking for tire pressure regularly?
Well, the thing is, there were many consistencies within the preparing the trailer to be used as testing. One of them was having the tire temperatures at a very consistent pressure at 24 psi, both tires. It was said that if the inflation of the if the tire pressure inflation was more than that in a cool temperature where it should be measured, then the frictional values would decrease.
Right. And so is that something that you would check before or deal with before every test, was the tire pressure?
Many times, yes. In a cool environment.
Okay. But not in the... I interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it would usually be done early morning because I'd be traveling throughout the whole day, and the tire temperatures itself, it would be, it wouldn't make sense to take any set any tire temperatures at the heated moments. And these tires were also part of another ASTM standard that we used, which was ASTM E501.
Right. That's the rib tire standard, right?
The rib tire, yeah.
And does that set out as well the tire pressure? Yes. That's what
yes.
Okay. Sorry. And so if I understood you correctly though about checking it, are you saying that in cool temperature, if I've understood you correctly, and you tell me if I didn't get it right, but that in cooler temperatures you would check it often, but otherwise you would check it at the start of the day? Is that right?
At the start of the day, yes. It's more correct at the start of the day.
Okay.
Before actually driving.
Right. And if it was off, then you would deal with it?
I would increase the pressure or decrease, yes.
Okay. And the last bullet, overall measured friction decreases progressively with increasing speed. And is this something that you were told or learned, or something that you found out through your experience?
No, I believe it's documented. I've learned it as well, and I've experienced it as well, yes.
Really all three. And so again, measurements at 100 kilometers an hour, generally speaking, would be lower than at 90, which would in turn be lower than at 80. Is that right?
I would say on most pavement types, yes.
Okay.
But that's a general rule. Yes, it is a general rule.
Yeah, maybe there's exceptions, but that's generally speaking what you would expect to see.
Yes.
And did you have a particular experience about how much difference 10 km/h increments would cause? Was there a
The general
regular
rule,
occurrence, or?
the general rule that I learned since I was trained on the unit and I operated since then was there usually would be a 2 SN number difference every 10 km/h change.
Okay. And where did you learn that from?
I learned from my previous supervisor, and I believe there are some MTO reports that came out in the early 80s and 90s that had that in their summaries.
Okay. And sorry, your previous supervisor, which one are you referring to?
Graham Musgrove.
Oh, is that way back?
Way back.
Okay. When are you talking about?
Early 80s, mid 80s.
Okay. Sorry, that's Graham Musgrove. Is that right?
Graham Musgrove, yes.
Okay, thank you. And what about seasonal effects? Did you find in your experience that there could be effects on the measured friction depending on the time of year that it was taken, apart from temperature issues?
No, I think between probably 4 degrees and 28 to 29 degrees, I think it was pretty consistent. And if data was collected at any temperature, even higher than that, that's exactly why it was documented on these reports. Sometimes you would have, we would basically test from the month of May to in certain parts of the province, maybe even up to November at various temperatures. But the thing is, the data collected between temperatures that were not extreme were pretty well consistent.
Right, but then what about the time of the year? So I mean, I know sometimes you did it in April as well,
Yeah.
but at the time, the time of year have an effect? We've heard that it can have an effect based on the winter maintenance and so forth, and that sort of thing can cause potentially higher readings early in the season as opposed to in the summer or fall.
I have no experience with that. No, I don't.
Not something that you noticed?
No.
Okay. And we've heard quite a bit from a number of people about the MTO's use of the friction number 30 or skid number 30. What was your understanding of the significance of FN 30 within the MTO?
I think 30 was more of a threshold number, and any numbers below that, they would take a look at the data that was received, and they would decide on maybe doing other surveys on the site before going to, or maybe be able to explain why numbers were at that level, or maybe they would ask me to go out and do the testing to see what conditions they were in. Anything above 30, I don't think there still could be concern, but there wasn't a push to find out if there was a definite problem pertaining to pavement friction.
Okay, so if we could go to overview document 4, image 14, please. And no, it's just on 14, actually. Thank you. And 22 is the presentation that we've already been looking at, just talking about that. But 23 is an email that you sent on September 4th, 2013. And in the second paragraph there, you refer to currently Ontario has a threshold friction requirement that applies to all pavement types at all test speeds. Is that the FN 30 that you were just talking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And if I've understood you correctly, I think you're saying that it's a threshold about at or below which, and actually that's the first thing. Is it at or below, or is if it's 30, was your understanding that the threshold was below 30, or was it a 30 and above?
It was the thresholds was at 30, so any numbers below that would be decision would be made to further investigate.
Okay. And to investigate, do I understand his meaning to look into whether there is a reason for concern about the pavement where it's below FN 30 and deciding if anything needs to be done? Is that
Well,
fair?
even below 30, other things could have been done to determine pavement performance, not only the friction.
Right. Sorry, what do you mean?
Well, there are other machines that would within our unit that would measure other pavement performance indices, and friction using ASTM was not one of them. It could be roughness, could be rutting, could be pavement cracking.
Right.
If they didn't see a problem there, or maybe if they did, maybe they determined, well, let's get the ASTM machine out there to do the friction testing.
Okay, but then once the skid tester is out there and does it, that's when the results are generated that show whether it's at or above or below FN 30, and then
That's right.
to an investigation. So I'm wondering at that point, that's it is what you're talking about again in your experience, the investigation to determine whether this does present any safety issue or not. Is that what you're talking about?
Any further investigation, any concern for any further investigation. Safety is a strong word, but I would say any further investigation.
Okay. But where I'm just having a little trouble is you say that if it's below FN 30, there would be a further investigation. And I'm wondering what you mean by that. I mean, I can suggest some things, but if
I think it's just the number that was determined by MTO years ago that maybe requires further investigation of the pavement site.
okay. And you, I take it, typically weren't involved in those further investigations. That was beyond your job.
That was beyond my job, yes.
Okay. I think you said that goes back to the 80s. So that was, the use of that preceded your operation of the skid tester. Is that right?
I don't know what preceded before I started. I can't answer that. I don't know what preceded when I started. No.
Well, it was being used when you started. Is that fair?
It was being used when I started operating it full time.
Okay. And the use of FN 30 as a threshold, as you've described it, is that something that you typically discussed outside the MTO or no?
I did not.
And was that something, so that practice of not sharing it outside the MTO, was that something that you were instructed not to do, or was that something that was just understood?
I think it was just understood that I was, no, it was understood. It was understood that way, yes.
Okay. And so where did you pick that up from? Do you recall?
Not specifically, no, I can't.
Okay. You can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. And just internally to the MTO, requests for skid testing. We understand that those can come from a number of sources. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so, how did they come in? Could you describe that for us, and from where?
Well, usually during the winter months, which was non-testing month, I would send out requests, a certain forms of requests that to different areas of the offices. They could have been in soils and aggregates, geotechnical offices, quality assurance sections, concrete section, and they would in return look at what their area of expertise needed to have evaluated. And they would send me completed forms, which included all the information pertaining to pavement test sites.
I see. And then, as I gathered, the request would have to be approved by the head of pavements and foundations. Is that right? Or is that?
No, they would be shared with him, but eventually they all were shared with management, and I would be basically allowed to do whatever was requested. Yes.
Okay, so if it was internal to the MTO, the testing would be done if they were requested. Is that?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And so you would get requests from the various regional offices, right?
As well, yeah.
And the soils and aggregate section?
Yes.
For DSM purposes? So yes. Is that a yes? Yeah. And yes. Geotechnical staff?
Yes.
Sometimes the police, would they make requests as well externally?
Well, not directly to me, but we would sometime. That usually would happen through the geotechnical offices, where the police in the region would go through their channels.
Right, and then be made to.
Yeah, that was a geotechnical issue.
Okay. And actually, if we could go register back to MTO 35791, image 18. So types of requests, and you've indicated some of them for spot hazards, and then under special requests, I see research, experimental projects, product evaluations, suspect areas, and municipal concerns. So that's an additional category. Those
yes, it is.
Special requests. Okay. And for the requests from the regions, was there a standard request form? I've seen in the, we don't have it here, there's sort of a standard request form where you would have to fill in, here's the location, here's the concern, the reason for the testing, all of that sort of stuff. Is that right?
Yeah, included types of requests in there too. Yes, there was a form.
Okay. And you also periodically did, and I think you earlier described it as project testing, but testing done arising out of the SMA early age low friction issue. You did quite a bit of testing in that regard. Is that right?
That's one such, yes, that's one such project.
Okay. With newly laid SMA, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and we'll come to it in a bit, but and you did network testing in 2013. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So with respect to skid testing requests by municipalities, were those a common or an uncommon thing?
They weren't very common. They were not common.
Not common. So could you, is that something where you would get, a few of them in a year, or sometimes would you have, years where there were no municipal requests at all?
Both ways. Sometimes it'd be 1 or 2 a year. Sometimes several years that would go without.
And was there any formal process for dealing with those and how they would get to you?
That wouldn't be part of my job. I wouldn't know how the offices would get the information, but I would assume in the area or the region that it was in, they would probably go through the channels of whatever empty office was in that region.
Right, because those are the MTO people. Typically, they would know were the ones in
Right.
that region, and then it would make its way back to pavements and foundations and you. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that municipal requests were would be followed and this testing conducted so long as you had the capacity to do it?
Yes.
Do you recall them being declined on some occasions?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Because of the network level testing, yes.
Okay. And do you recall that for other than the Red Hill testing being declined?
See, like I explained before, sometimes the time between municipal requests would be so long. Prior to that, no, I don't recall.
Okay. Don't recall one way or the other, or you don't think that happened?
I don't recall.
Okay. And to change the subject slightly, did you ever conduct skid testing on the Lincoln Alexander Parkway in Hamilton? Not the Red Hill,
Yes.
but the Lincoln Alexander?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the east-west portion of the continued what's now the runs into the Red Hill, but it's the east-west portion. You recall that?
I can't graphically place it right now. I know it's in the Hamilton area. That's all. I don't use it. I haven't used it since.
Okay.
I can't graphically place it right now.
Okay, but you recall testing on the Lincoln Alexander Parkway?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall when that was?
It was years prior to the testing of the Red Valley.
Okay, so you first tested the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2007. So you mean at some point years before 2007?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that the Lincoln Alexander Parkway opened in 1997. And then the Red Hill opened in 2007, which is when you first tested it. So can you place it? Obviously, it was sometime between those two dates. What's your best recollection as to when that would have occurred?
I'm sorry. I can't. I don't want to guess. I don't know. I don't.
Okay. But so your best recollection, it was some years before 2007 when when you did that testing. That's the best.
Yes. Yes. Yes, it was.
Okay. Do you recall any other details around that testing? Like how it was requested, anything like that?
All I remember is that there were concerns about the seal slag in the mix.
I see.
That's all I remember about it.
Okay, so the steel slag aggregates that were used in the surface course?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall if the steel slag was used in all of it or just in part of the surface course that you were testing?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is that the only detail that you remember? Do you recall anything else?
I remember speaking to some outside staff on site.
Oh, you mean outside staff at who? The city of Hamilton, or do you mean consultants?
Outside staff of MTO.
Of MTO. I see. Okay. who are on site at the Lincoln Alexander Parkway?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe so.
Anything else?
No.
And then we know also that the city of Hamilton placed SMA pavement on Burlington Street in the city of Hamilton in October 1999. And you were operating the MTO skid tester in 1999, right?
Right.
Okay. And
Yes.
And if we could go to overview document, and this is overview document 3, registrar. Image 13. Uh, 12 and 13, I guess. Thanks. And so according to, it's paragraph 19 at the bottom of it, the image on the left, and you don't need to expand it. And then the 3 subparagraphs on the top of the image on the right. So according to a paper that was published in 2002, the MTO performed skid resistance testing on the Burlington Street SMA placement using its ASTM brake force unit in November 99 and May 2000. And with the average measurements being between FN 44 and FN 51. Do you recall conducting that skid testing on Burlington Street at that time?
I don't recall. I don't recall doing it, but it doesn't mean I didn't do it. I just don't recall.
You did a lot of skid testing in your career, so this one doesn't stick out for you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it doesn't stick out. Okay.
But nevertheless, if the MTO did do skid testing as referenced in this paper at that time, would that have been you?
That's correct.
Okay. But you just don't have any recollection of it now?
I don't.
Okay. And the paper indicates, as I said, that the results were in a range from FN 45 to 51 at a testing speed of 50 kilometers an hour. It's a city street. And it indicated in the paper that these numbers are regarded by the MTO to be consistent with mixes having excellent skid resistance properties. Does that sound like something you would have said?
I probably would have said that, yes.
Yeah. I mean, you agree with that statement?
Yeah, but you're taking a look at the results, friction results at 50 kilometers per hour, not at 80 or 90 or 100.
Yeah, right. So you would expect them to be higher than if you were taking them at 100.
Yes.
Okay. But do you agree with that? If it sounds like something you had said, I take it you agree with that statement? It's excellent. You think it's consistent with excellent skid resistance properties? Is that fair?
I do.
Okay. And then we know that you did conduct the skid testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway on October 16, 2007, before it opened to traffic. And do you recall the arrangements around that and the actual testing? Is that one that you do recall?
The arrangements, I believe I asked, because testing prior to opening wasn't that common. I wanted to make sure that it was free of any contamination, any sand, any equipment, any people, anything to make it give us numbers that clearly describe the friction levels of the surface instead of any other material that need to be on there, and to make it a safe environment for myself or anyone that was within the vicinity.
Okay, so this was an unusual one in the sense that it hadn't opened yet. It wasn't being done in mixed traffic and so forth. So does it stick out in your head a bit for that reason?
It does, yes.
Okay. And Registrar, if we could go to overview document 4, image 53. And we know that you were involved in making the logistical arrangements for it with Andros Delis Reyes of Golder Associates after Chris Raymond of the MTO instructed you to do it. Does that accord with your recollections? You recall that?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And in paragraph 123 here, Chris Raymond, this is on September 27th, 2007. Mr. Raymond is writing to Dr. Ludimir Uzarowski of Golder, copying Becca Lane and you. And he's thanks him for providing some information about rich bottom mix, and says then that he'll arrange for Frank Marciello to conduct the skid testing. And then he lists information that you're going to need. And is this all typical information that you would require in addition to the issue about it being closed to traffic?
Yes, of course, yes.
And the reference point that's referred to there, does that mean the starting point, or?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So to know where are you going to start and what's that location, so the measurements can be taken and the distance can be tracked from that start point?
That's right. And it referenced the end point as well.
Right.
So start point, the end point.
Got it. And did anyone accompany you for that testing, do you recall? Or were you by yourself?
That first day I was by myself, yes.
Okay. And is that the usual? Did you typically conduct the skid testing by yourself?
Oh, yes, it definitely is.
Most of the time?
99.9% of the time, yes.
Okay. And you say that first day I was by myself. Was there a subsequent day when you tested the Red Hill when someone went with you?
There was a subsequent day where Bob Gorman joined me.
Right.
As a passenger.
Right. Okay. I think we have he'll speak to that, and we have some photographs, I think, that he took at the time. So you actually specifically recall that? Because it was an unusual event?
It was, but Bob and I would work closely, especially with sections that came out of his office to make sure that testing was done in the proper locations. Okay.
And did Bob Gorman, did he ride with you on other occasions when you were conducting testing for soils and aggregates requests?
No.
No? That was the only time you recall him riding with you?
That's the only time I can recall, yes.
Okay. And aside from the road not being open to traffic, was there anything unusual that you encountered about it on this instance of the testing and on October 16th?
Nothing that really stands out. I found it to be very easy to navigate and very comfortable in testing.
Okay.
If there was a problem, I would have reported it.
So that isn't always the case, State. Sometimes you do have difficulties, is that right?
Well, usually associated with traffic, far too much traffic where I can't post the proper speed limit.
Right. No issue where it's open, though.
Yeah.
And then if we go to image 60 in overview document 4. And if you could expand 137, please. So the next day, October 17th, 2007, you emailed the results to Chris Raymond and Becca Lane. And there's your email. You talk about the test limits and the date and so forth. And you only tested the southbound lanes because of the construction materials. Is that right? In the northbound lanes?
I'm not sure why I tested only one direction. I can't recall why only one direction was tested.
Okay. And in the third paragraph, you indicated that Dufferin and Phillips Engineering and Andros Delos Reyes are eager for the results. And we know that earlier that day, Mr. Delos Reyes emailed you and said that Dufferin and Phillips Engineering are highly interested. Did you have any other discussion with Mr. Delos Reyes about that interest, or was it just his email that you were?
It was just his email that I remember.
Okay. And then in the last paragraph, you wrote, note, friction numbers below 30 were collected in areas situated directly under overhead structures, parentheses, least likely to get weathered. Do you recall what you based that statement on? I mean, we'll look at the results themselves, but the conclusion or the hypothesis that it was areas least likely to get weathered?
I just made the observation that the numbers were lower under the overhead structures. I don't recall why. I just made the observation that that's where they were situated.
Okay, but so that sort of factual one is one thing, but then there's the least likely to get weathered is sort of a conclusion or speculation, however you want to characterize it. Are you saying you just don't recall where that's from?
I don't recall. No.
All right. We heard from, I think, Chris Raymond and Chris Rogers that there had been a previous instance where there had been a correlation of this sort, and there was a theory potentially that it was less exposure to sun and the weather, and that meant that there was less wearing off of the asphalt film. Do you recall that being discussed or no?
I've heard that in the past, yes.
Okay, you've heard it in other contexts than the Red Hill. Is that what you're saying?
In other pavement, other SMAs.
Other SMAs, okay. So is that then potentially what you're talking about there, based on that?
At that time, I didn't know what the train of thought was. I can't say yes or no. I can't remember what the train of thought at that time was.
Okay.
To write that statement.
And then if we could go to the next two images, 61 and 62. Yeah, and if you could expand them both, as usual, thank you. Just to make it a little easier on your eyes and everyone else's. And so these are the results. We already looked at the southbound lane 1 results on the left that we looked at a little earlier today. And on the right now, we have the southbound lanes 2. And I guess, first of all, again, this is the typical way in which you reported the results at the time. Is that right?
That's right.
And what did you make of these results at the time? Do you recall?
I knew that they were results prior to opening of the highway. I knew that there wasn't enough traffic to affect any of the numbers at all, because there was no abrasive action put on the highway yet. There were no conclusions I came up with, no.
And when you talk about that there wasn't enough traffic to affect the numbers, are you referring to observations that you'd had from your experience that if you're testing a pavement right at the outset after it's been placed, that the numbers typically go up after a time period? Is that what you were talking about?
On some pavements they do, on some DFCs they do.
Right. So is that on some DFCs? Dense, is that what you said?
Yes, yes.
Dense friction course?
Yes.
Okay. And what about on SMAs? You have been doing testing on SMAs and around that time period as well.
Like you stated a few minutes ago, I mean, it was the AC film that probably could affect the performance of the pavement initially. SMA.
I appreciate you're not an engineer and you weren't coming to conclusions on that stuff. I just want, again, what your thoughts were at the time based on your having been conducting the skid testing on various pavements, including SMA.
At that time, initially, no thoughts at that time. It was very early.
Okay. And to come back to then how you would plot things on these charts, you'd indicated that you would manually enter the landmarks column and the comments column, but it's the landmarks that I'd like to focus on. And so these start at the distance of 0.0 at the CNR structure, the Canadian National Railways structure, correct?
Correct.
And does that mean that's where you turn on the skid trailer at that point?
Yes. Yes.
Like, and I guess you're traveling along, so you switch it on as you pass under it. Is that how that would work?
I switch it on as the axle, the trailer axle is underneath the structure landmark. I see. So that's where the DMI, that's where the distance is measured at.
Right. It's not from the front of the truck. It's from the trailer that's trailing behind.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then there's the results plotted throughout until the end, and showing the distance on the far left. And as you indicated, just to stay with southbound lane 1 on the left-hand side, there's a reading of 28.7 beside the landmark reference to Barton Street. And as well, there's one further down at 28.1 beside the Queenston Road landmark. And I note that the distance beside Barton Street is right just to the left of Barton Street refers to 0.49, whereas on the distance on the left, it's 0.438. And Queenston, it's immediately beside Queenston, it's 1.82, whereas on the far left, it's 1.748. Do you know why those are, why those numbers are different? Can you give some insight?
All I did is I try to place the actual distance of the number on the left of the name of the structures as close to where it should fit within the data.
Okay, but how do you do that? I'm just wondering, how do you know, because that under the distance landmarks, that's a manually entered figure, correct?
Yes, it is.
So where do you get that number from? Like for Queenston, say 1.82.
As I would be driving along, I would actually, there's the odometer that the pavement the trailer is collecting, that the information collected by the trailer is giving me a reading in 3 significant digits. I would actually manually write down that number right when I was below or above the landmark, and I would note it in my notes, in my field notes.
I see. While you're driving.
While I'm driving.
Okay.
And also, in many cases where in situations like this, I would do a dry run where I would only collect the distances of each one of the landmarks without doing any testing.
I see.
I would just have the odometer running, no testing involved, so I can concentrate on just one thing.
I see. Okay. And was that, did you recall doing that here or no?
I believe I did that here. It was a totally new section for me. I wasn't familiar with it. And I'm sure I did that here.
Okay. So then to clarify on the left-hand side, the distance is the automatically generated distance by the skid trailer itself, and under the distance landmark section, that's what you, in this case, you believe on a separate run prior to doing the skid testing itself, recorded as you passed under each landmark. Is that right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And that again was your typical practice?
Either
to do it during or before in a separate run, or during, one or the other?
If I was unfamiliar with the surroundings, usually I would do it on a separate run.
Okay. And so if I've understood it correctly then, and on this particular one, or both of them, when you're indicating that they're underneath a structure, it's not exact, right? Have I understood you correctly? That's not an exact correlation between the automatically generate. So we'll just use Queenston first. I'll back up, use Queenston. The automatically generated distance number is 1.748. And that's 1.748 kilometers, right?
I'm sorry, where do you see that?
Sorry, so beside Queenston Road in the far left column, right?
Yes.
That's 1.748 kilometers distance from the starting point, correct?
Yes, that point, yes, that distance, yes.
Okay, and that's where it's taking the measurement automatically of 28.1.
Yes.
And then for immediately to the right of that, the 1.82 for Queenston is what you took manually, and you believe in this instance at the earlier, when you did the earlier run before doing the actual skid testing, right?
Yes.
Okay, so and if I understand it correctly, it's not an exact correlation between the two. There's a distance of some 70 meters. Do I have that right? 70 meters between them. Is that right?
Okay. This distance on the far left of 1.748 pertains to the actual numbers that were collected, the actual friction number and the speed. That's all that distance pertains to, is the distance in this area, the speed and the friction number. The 1.82 doesn't necessarily match 1.748 because it was in a different location.
Right. No.
Okay.
Right, I get that. So I'm just coming back to the comment that you made in your email about the numbers under 30 in areas situated directly under overhead structures. I'm just trying to understand it. Am I right that they weren't necessarily right under it? Is that fair or not?
It's very possible, because at a speed of 90 kilometers an hour, in 3 or 4 seconds, you're traveling quite a distance to collect that information.
Right.
It could have been within. I'm not sure. It could have been slightly before. It could have been within.
Right. Could be either.
Could be
or any of the three. And I guess when it says average FN in the third, that's the average of the FN number collected over that 4-second time period.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, and I don't think we need to go through the rest of them, but is it fair to say the same would apply to the rest of those? There's 5 in total between the 2 lanes that are where the number is slightly under 30 in the 28s or 29s. The same analysis applies to each of those as to how you took the number down, the distance number down manually versus the automatically generated number on the left. The same in each instance?
They're both collected in exactly the same way, yes.
Okay.
It's all consistently done.
All right. Now we see you sent your email that we already looked at to Ms. Lane and Mr. Raymond. Was there anyone else that you communicated the results to that you recall?
I can't recall, no.
Okay, what was your usual practice?
Usual practice is to send the results to the people who initially requested that MTO.
Right, and okay, and you don't recall doing anything outside of that normal practice here, is that right?
No.
Okay. And in this instance, is that because Mr. Raymond and Ms. Lane were involved in the emails where you were asked to arrange the testing? And Ms. Lane, I guess, was your supervisor at that point in time as the head of pavements?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Sorry, and that's why you sent it to them?
Yes.
Now, you can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. The testing in the subsequent years on the Red Hill, 2008 through 14, except for 2013, we understand that those were conducted at the request of the Soils and Aggregates section. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes.
And did you personally ever advise the city of Hamilton or any of its representatives that you were conducting that testing?
No, I did not.
And did you ever have any discussion with anyone in the MTO, whether it was your in the soils and aggregate section or in pavements and foundations about communicating with the city of Hamilton about that testing?
No.
There just wasn't any discussion one way or the other that you recall?
No, that was beyond my responsibility. That was their call.
Right. Okay. No, I understand that. I'm just wondering. So, for example, did anyone say to you, you don't need to make any arrangements with the city of Hamilton about this.
Arrangements as far as testing and finding out information about the test site itself, like which I did, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you ask the question again?
Did anyone say to you or suggest to you that you did not need to contact the city of Hamilton to make arrangements or to get permission to do the testing?
No, that wasn't discussed at all with anyone.
Okay, so you were just told these are the to do the testing, and you did it.
Yes.
Okay. And did you send any of the test results in any of those years to Hamilton or Golder Associates or anyone else outside of the MTO?
No, I did not.
If we could go to overview document 4, images 87 and 88. And this is in 2009. You conducted testing in 2008, but in 2009, we look at paragraphs 201 through 204. You conducted the testing on May 7th, 2009. And in 2002, you express in an email with the results to Mr. Senior, Stephen Senior in Soils and Aggregates, Bob Gorman in Soils and Aggregates, and copying Ms. Lane, stating, gentlemen, might be too early to tell, but it appears that friction levels / trends may be starting to decline with time. And then in 203, Mr. Senior replies on May 11th, indicating, Frank, both Bob and I agree there is no clear indication of any early trend to the data. Maybe you just have a gut feeling for what's going on out there. Time will tell. And then says, we will be sending out a notice regarding conditional approval of the source pending satisfactory performance of the pavement and of the source materials. Thanks for everything. And then you reply in paragraph 204 on the top that conditional is the key word. And do you recall what you meant by that?
No, I don't.
Was conditional, did you have any knowledge of whether DSM approvals were always conditional? Was that something that you had any insight into one way or the other?
I had I had nothing to do with that. No.
Okay. And you don't recall why you responded in that way?
I don't.
And am I correct that in all the years after 2007, which we've already discussed, but in all the years on the Red Hill, you conducted the testing at or about the posted speed, except for 1 year in 2010? Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And we'll get to that in a moment. About the 2010 results, but Were you aware of anyone else in the, I asked you before about whether you sent the results to anyone else or outside the MTO or talked to anyone outside the MTO. Do you know if anyone else communicated the Red Hill skid testing results to anyone outside the MTO?
I'm not aware of that, no.
And are you aware of anyone other than the MTO being aware of the testing that you conducted?
No, I'm not aware of that either.
If we could go to overview document 4. Still, just to the next page, 89. Thank you. It's 89 and maybe 90. Okay. In paragraph 210, you'll see that on April 1st, 2010, you emailed the results from your March 31st, 2010 friction tests to, again, Mr. Gorman, Ms. Lane, and Mr. Senior. And again, this is about the Red Hill results. And you, in the second sentence, the attached read-only files will show a decline in friction in the NB, meaning northbound lanes, averaging 5 FN. Some values are at or below FN 100 of 30. SB, meaning southbound lanes, performed at similar levels, mid-30s as in 2009. And then you'll see above in 211, the same day, Mr. Gorman replied, we will have to watch this one, maybe do again after the summer. And then you agreed. And so first of all, do you recall the test speed on that you performed this at?
Well, I don't recall the test speed, but I'm just looking at, I'd have to see the report, the
Okay.
data report.
Okay, yeah, and we can go to that, which is, go to the first one, MTO 34298. So this is what's attached to the email that you sent within the MTO, and under speed, the second column, it's all at or around 100. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
The other ones are the same. I mean, the documents indicate that you didn't know at the time, didn't notice at the time. It was the next year that you recognized that you'd performed the testing at the higher speed. Do you recall that issue now?
I recall the issue, yes.
Okay, and we'll get to the next year. I just wanted to place you there. But do you recall why there wasn't further testing done in 2010, given your emails with Mr. Gorman?
I can't recall why there wasn't any further testing, no.
Okay. So given the drop that you referred to, you indicated that decline in the northbound lanes averaging 5 FN. Was that something that concerned you, that you highlighted it?
Yes, it was something that concerned me, yes.
Okay, and how so?
The numbers hovered above that threshold number, and I think it was a good observation to share. So I think that's probably the only reason why I reported it.
I mean, it was something that I take it you thought was unusual for it to be a drop of that number over 1 year. In your experience, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then if we could go to image 90 of overview document 4. It's paragraphs 212 and 213 that I'm interested in, if you could expand those. So on the same year, a number of months later, on November 15, 2010, you emailed Ms. Lane, and you can read it there. You provide some history of it and contact information of Dr. Uzorowski and Andres Delos Reyes, and indicate that northbound lanes have shown declining friction performance properties from the start, while southbound lanes improved in the first year and then started declining afterwards. And then she responds in 213, good stuff, Frank. Thank you. Perhaps I will call Ludimir for a City of Hamilton contact. She then asked you for the most recent Red Hill Valley Parkway friction test results from 2010, which we looked at already, one of the lanes, but that's what we were just talking about. And then you provided those to her. Do you recall what led to this email exchange and why you sent this information to her?
No, I think it was, no, I don't recall.
Okay. Just based on this, you wouldn't have sent this to her out of the blue, though. You would agree that there must have been some discussion beforehand, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. It was just an observation that I thought that they should know.
Okay, no, I get that, but I'm wondering if you would have sent this email to Ms. Lane without having a prior discussion with her, or would you have talked to her and let her know about it and then sent her the email?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay. It just seems unlikely that you would just send it to her and then she says, good stuff, Frank. I mean, if it was out of the blue without any context, she might be saying, why are you telling me this, right? Is that fair?
What she says, I can't control, but I just, on my end of it, I just sent her my authorizations, that's all.
And again, I think you said as an observation that you thought they should know. Is that because you did have a concern with it at that point, given the drop in FM?
I thought they should know. That,
right, and then do with it what was necessary. But there's something that, based on your experience, that caused you to think that they should know, right? And you'd already let Ms. Lane know. You sent this to her back earlier in April, right? There's the 2010 test results.
Yeah, it looks like it was a concern for me.
Okay. But you don't have any specific recollections around any conversations that occurred that led to you sending it?
No, I don't.
Yeah. And in Ms. Lane's response, she says perhaps I will call Ludimir for a City of Hamilton contact. Do you know if there was any follow-up one way or the other?
No, I don't.
And if we could go, thank you. You take that down. And if we could go to image 92. And paragraph 219, these are the 2011 results. And on May 25th, 2011, you performed the friction testing on the Red Hill And on May 26, 2011, you emailed the results to Mr. Senior, Mr. Gorman, and Ms. Lane. And this is what I was talking about before, that although you're sending them the 2011 results, you indicate that the data for 2010 was collected and reported at 100 kilometers an hour, which is what we had just discussed. That's 10 kilometers an hour over all the other years' collection speed. That would definitely explain why this SMA's performance dropped significantly last year. I made and reported an adjustment to 2010 data in the data below. So we can look on, but do I understand this correctly, is what you were doing is, because each year when you were showing the results, you would show the results from prior years too on the graph, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
And so you made an adjustment to that historical information for 2010, right?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that what you did was you increased the 2010 results by 2 FN? Is that right? We can go and look at it, but if you recall,
Yes.
Is that right?
That's right.
Like each of the average numbers you increased by 2 FN? Well, sorry, I guess it was
They should have been increased by
the
2
graph.
FM. So yeah.
Okay. I think that is what it indicates. So. And I take that's based on what we were discussing earlier, was the general understanding that of the higher the test speed, the lower the FN, and of 2 FN being the number that you understood that was appropriate to consider the difference between, for every 10 kilometer per hour difference. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Commissioner, it is 11:30, which is our typical break time. I think I don't have very much to go. I just need to clean up my notes. I think covered a lot of things early on that I thought I might cover later. I think I will have a few more questions, but if it's all right with you to take our break, and I could confer with council about their timing.
Fine, so why don't we take a 15-minute break? We'll stand adjourned until 11:45.
Thank you. And registrar, if we could have the all council breakout room. Thank you. We're back. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Please proceed.
Thank you. So, Mr. Marciello, we were just talking about the 2010 and 2011 Red Hill results, skid test results, and we know that you also did skid testing on it in 2012, but not in 2013. And do you recall why there was no Red Hill testing in 2013?
It could have been two things. Could have been the introduction of the network level testing, or the test vehicle could have been being upgraded in Michigan.
Okay. So you don't actually, you don't know one way or the other, but those are the two things that you speculate on. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And when would it go, the machine go for testing or calibration in Michigan? In the off season, clearly, but would that be in the winter? Or was it done, or is it also done during the season sometimes?
It's got to be done during the season because they use it under the ASM conditions to conduct their calibrations.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it wouldn't be like in January. It would be at some point during the actual testing season?
Yeah, they would not be able to do any outdoor testing in January.
I see, because they're calibrating it actually in the field or on a test strip of some sort.
Yes.
I see. Okay. But you don't recall specifically the reason one way or the other?
I do not.
Okay. And am I correct, though, that in 2013, the network testing that you were directed to do was occupying most of your time?
Yes.
Okay. And there was 100 and some odd pavements that were you had to skid test as part of that. Is that right?
Yes, and there were more being added.
Right. And I think we have the numbers at some part, but they're in some place. I don't need to go to them right now. Am I correct also that those were located in various places throughout the province?
Correct.
And were you aware in late 2013 of any request being made by Golder Associates to your boss at the time, Stephen Lee, to perform friction testing on the Red Hill?
I was aware.
Sorry, you were aware?
Yeah, I was aware.
At the time that there was a request?
At the time.
Okay, and who made you aware?
Stephen Lee.
All right. And, okay, so, and do you recall what he said to you?
I don't know if he said it to me or to Golder, but we were too busy.
Okay, so I'm going to take you to one moment. Golder 4467. So this is an email chain. If you could bring up the second page of that as well, please.
Excuse me.
So this is an email chain from October of 2013, where Vimy Henderson, who is an engineer at Golder Associates, on October 4th, requests to Stephen Lee, that's on the right-hand page, that Hamilton wants to have some friction testing carried out and asks if he's available to discuss. She follows up on October 29th on the Stephen Lee writes back on October 7th, let us know the scope and timing to see if we can accommodate it. And then on the left-hand page on October 29th, Mimi Henderson follows up, gives some more information about it, about testing the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the link. And then Stephen Lee responds, says, we are behind in our friction network level work and performance-based specification testing. Recommend you get a quotation from ARA that has the same equipment or others that have different friction equipment. Sorry, we will not be able to accommodate this for this season. And then some friction testing methods are sensitive to ambient/pavement surface temperatures. So this is where the written request, you're not copied on any of this. Are you saying that Mr. Lee made you aware of this request?
All I remember from him was him telling me that I had no time for that work, that I was busy doing this network level testing.
Okay, so you actually recall him advising you, though, of a request for testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, but that you didn't have time for it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you think this was around that time in October 2013? Is that your recollection?
I remember the discussion. I can't place the dates there, but I remember that wording, the discussion. Yes.
Okay.
I can't place the date. It's no.
Okay. Well, why don't we put it another way, which is that do you think it was at around the time the request was made?
Can't recall.
Can't remember?
No.
Okay. And do you recall if you were still doing the network testing at that point in October 2013? You talked about other things being new roads being added and so forth.
I may have been. It seems late in the season, but I may have been in Southern Ontario.
Okay. The distinction being in Northern Ontario, you likely wouldn't have been doing it because it's colder up there and could be covered in snow.
That's correct.
Okay.
Or just to be colder.
Yeah, below the temperature at which you would perform it in any event.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me 1 sec.
Sure.
And do you recall if you had any discussion with Mr. Lee at the time of the discussion you've just mentioned about you having done prior skid testing on the Red Hill?
Can't recall.
Can't recall one way or the other?
No, I can't.
Okay. All right, if we could go to overview document 4, image 96. And this is the, talk about the 2014 testing on the Red Hill that you did, which you conducted on July 12th and July 23rd, 2014. Do you have any recollection of why you did it on two different days? One northbound lane on the 12th, and then the remaining 3 on the 23rd. Do you recall?
I don't remember why.
Okay. Once again, you've tested a lot of roads over the years.
It could be a number of possibilities.
Right. And then in paragraph 230, on the 25th of July, 2014, you emailed to Mr. Senior, copying Mr. Gorman and Mr. Lee, who was at that point the head of pavements and foundations, as he was in 2013, attaching the skid test results. And that's your email that's reproduced there. Take a moment to look at that.
Sure.
Let me know when you've had it, when you've looked at it.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. And do you recall why you sent the comparison average information? I mean, it's a comparison between 2008 in each lane, the average numbers with the average numbers by lane in 2014.
I don't recall why, no.
Okay. You don't recall whether or not you had a discussion with any of those individuals before?
No, I don't recall. No. I mean, I've reported this information many times in this way, so it's just, it wasn't anything new.
Okay. So when you had, you mean when you had historical information and there was, and you were, so there was a comparison to be made, it was something that you would do is to provide the comparison in the covering email?
Sure, many times before.
Okay. And if we could go to the next two images, 97 and 98. And these are the charted results, or graphed results, I guess. And we can go to we can go after to some of the pinpointed results as well, and you let me know if there's anything in particular that you want to look at in the underlying documents, but these are each of the lanes. And if you want to just have a look at them, if you tell me when you're ready to go. Make them a little bit bigger.
I don't see lane and direction.
Right, and so, and I guess based on what you said before, if I'm incorrect, that would have been information that you would have entered in manually on this, right? So if you didn't enter it, then it wouldn't be there. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not there.
Okay. Well, we can tell at least, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that it's the southbound lanes on the right because it shows the data from 2007. And that's what you performed in 2007 only in the southbound lanes, right?
I don't know for sure because I just don't see what should be there.
Right. Okay. Well, we can go to the underlying documents. Do you recall forming a view of the results at the time?
Yes, I recall putting things together, of course.
Okay, and sorry, by putting things together, you mean assembling the data, or that you can't?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
But I'm asking, did you form a view of them, meaning an opinion or or did you assign a particular meaning to these results?
No, I didn't.
And did you specifically form a view about the decline in values over time that are shown here?
I don't recall.
You may have, but you don't recall?
I just don't recall. I mean, I've done it so many times, I just can't recall. I mean, is there an email that went with this information to describe it? Or
yeah,
I don't recall.
That's what we just looked at. If we could go back to we'll go to the actual documents. If you could go back to image 9.
No?
Yeah, the covering email. That's what we just looked at before.
Okay.
Sorry,
So
90,
the summary,
image 96, please, registrar. That's in.
okay,
two-
I understand. I understand that.
Yeah, that's your email. And it, you're going back to the 2008 results compared to the 2014 results, which
Right.
show a drop in FN of by lane of 8 in 3 instances and 7 in the instance of 1 being the southbound lane 2.
Yes.
Right. And so is that something that you formed a view about?
Yes.
And what was that?
That the friction levels were continuing to drop from between those 2 years.
And is that something that you saw as significant or insignificant?
I just thought it should be reported.
Right. It was enough of a drop that you thought it was worthwhile noting. Is that fair?
Yeah, yes, I would say so.
Okay. And is that because it was in some respect unusual in your experience?
It was not unusual for, yes, it was unusual. Yes, it was.
Sorry, it was unusual.
It was unusual.
And compared to what?
Other SMAs.
Over that time period, that sort of time period over a number of years?
I can't really recall the specifics of the others, but it would come to mind.
Okay. And what about other surface courses?
No. No, I wouldn't be able to compare with other surface courses. No.
Okay. And if we could go to the native of the register of MTO 22944.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by native?
Oh, this is just for the registrar. It's just because of the native format, because we can pull them up as a PDF, but the native format being actually in the Excel format, we can actually see the results better and toggle between the tabs. So MTO 22944, please, registrar. So this is the northbound lane 2 results, and we were just looking at this in the overview document as one of the graphs. And excuse me, if we could then look at the tab detailed. And we see there it also says northbound lane 2. And there are, if I'm reading it correctly, 5 readings. Sorry, the overall average is over 30. It's 30.7. And there's 5 readings below that, and 4 of those are under 28. And so when you sent your comments in your email, when you were noting the overall the average drop, were you also considering the individual readings, or was it just the average that you were concerned about?
I was looking at the individual readings as well.
As well? Okay.
Yeah.
And what did you take from the individual readings? Do you recall?
I found just that what you said, there were numbers below 30 that made up that average overall.
Okay.
Obviously, the difference between the min and max were quite a bit there. So,
And what about the difference?
I was looking at the overall picture.
The overall picture. Okay. And from your perspective, was that for those results, a concern or something that you simply felt was significant enough that it needed to be reported to your superiors?
It was significant enough that it should have been reported.
Okay, Okay, and if we could just go to one other of the lanes, because this is the one that's not labeled. It's MTO 22946. Just give me one moment. And you'll see in on this one on the detailed chart, it does not indicate that it's the southbound lane 2, but going to the chart, if we go back to the chart, registrar, it says SBL 2, southbound lane 2. So did you have to populate each one of those, or should it have done it automatically? Do you know?
You know what? They should have done it automatically. I can't explain what happened there.
Okay. And if we could go back then to the detailed tab. Excuse me. And it's just a little different. I just want to talk about the distance in kilometers on the left-hand side versus the distance in landmarks in the column second from the right. And now we've got the GPS data as well, which we talked about before, right? And I'm just looking at the landmarks again. And so the landmark distance are the ones that you manually entered as you described, as you passed under it, whether it was done at the time of the skid testing itself or on a prior run, correct?
Right.
Or would you have just populated these from the prior ones once you had them? If you're testing the same stretch, would you just populate it from the prior stretch?
I would say so, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then I'm just noting when you go across to the distance there, the landmarks correlate on the auto-populated distances. There's a blank space there. Do you know why that is? On the far
Well, I think that I think previous years we didn't have the longitude, we didn't have the GPS coordinates.
Right.
So that makes I needed to populate an extra cell so we can include both GPS coordinates. And in the past, we didn't have to do that.
Right. So the opposite Barton Street there, where the GPS coordinates there actually correlate right to the Barton Street Bridge in that, or Barton Street interchange, or yeah, I guess it's the bridge over the.
That's right. It correlates with the actual distance of Barton, distance from the start.
Got it. And the same for the other landmarks.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It was just a way of accommodating the GPS information in the new format that we needed to create.
Okay. Got it. Okay, and do you recall if you had a discussion with or discussions with your superiors about these results beyond the email that you sent?
No.
Okay, and so I'm going to give you a couple of pieces of evidence, and you can just tell me if you recall anything about this. We anticipate that Stephen Lee, who is your boss at the time as the head of pavements, that he may testify that he discussed with you that the friction number was dropping based on the results from these 2014 and prior year results, and that it was now near the margin of what was expected of DSM aggregates, and that he told you it was reaching a number where they should be monitoring, given that the number is dropping below FN 30. And he didn't see how the aggregate source could be maintained on the DSM in the long term. Do you recall that conversation or any part of it?
I don't recall it, and I don't think it would, that information about DSMS would be discussed with me.
Okay. Can you say definitively that that conversation did not occur, or are you just saying you don't recall it and it doesn't sound like the kind of thing you talk about?
I don't recall the conversation at all.
Okay. And Becca Lane testified. She's already testified, but she testified that you were involved in, that she recalls you being involved in an internal MTO discussion after some point after these 2014 results with her, Bob Gorman, and Stephen Sr. regarding demix aggregates, which of course was the aggregate that was used in the surface course of the Red Hill. And that discussion was including around whether demix aggregates performance was satisfactory for the DSM. And she testified her recollection was that you and Bob Gorman came into her office to discuss it and brought the skid test results with you. And then you went over to Stephen Sr.'s office together to discuss it. That was her recollection. Do you recall that conversation or that series of conversations?
I don't recall the conversation with the DSM technicality, no. I was probably there to share the skid data I had with them. And that was about it. I had no, that wasn't in my control or title to discuss whether to include some material on DSM, no.
Okay, well that's fine, but do you recall being at a conversation where that occurred?
No, I don't.
Okay, and again, are you saying that it absolutely did not occur, or that you have no just have no recollection?
I have no recollection of it.
Okay. Just one moment. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Marciello. The council for the participants may have some questions. I understand that council for the city of Hamilton does have some questions. Can other council advise me if they will, or advise the commissioner, if they are going to have questions so we can order?
No questions from Dufferin.
Ms. Roberts?
Yes, very few questions.
And Mr. Bourrier? For the moment.
I'll follow 5 minutes of questions as well.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Chen, I think Commissioner would be appropriate to go first.
Sure.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Marciello. I am counsel for the city of Hamilton. I just have a couple of questions for you. And they relate specifically to the skid testing that you did on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. So the first is just a clarification question. Earlier this morning, you had talked about the truck and the trailer being replaced at some point. And I believe your evidence was that you don't recall when they were replaced. Is that right?
I don't recall. Yes, I don't.
Can you help us, though, if throughout the testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway from 2007, 2014, whether the same truck and trailer were used to do the testing?
I believe the same vehicle was used to do the testing, yes.
Okay, and that would be the same for the trailer?
Yes.
Thank you. And just switching topics, once you conduct the friction testing and you receive the results, I understand from your evidence is that you report it back to whoever requested it, as well and your superiors?
Yes.
I won't go through the specifics because you already did that with Mr. Lewis, but generally between 2007 and 2014, you reported the results to different superiors over the years. Is that right?
Internally, yes.
And I appreciate you just testified moments ago that you had observed a decline over the years. But I take it that if you had any concerns, safety or otherwise, with the friction testing results, and just looking at your emails, it would be your practice to report those concerns to your superiors. Fair?
Normally, yes.
Okay. And the purpose of reporting your concerns to your superiors is so that they can make an assessment as well on what their friction testing numbers showed?
Yes.
And in that case, your superiors may agree or disagree with your observations?
Yes, of course.
And is it fair to say that you would accept their observation as to what the friction numbers ultimately showed?
Yes.
Okay. And is it also fair to say that your superiors would have more expertise than you in interpreting those results?
Yes.
And would it be your expectation that if in fact your superiors saw a concern, safety or otherwise, with the friction testing numbers, that they would have communicated the information to the city of Hamilton?
I don't know what they would communicate to them. I'm not sure.
Okay. You're not aware of anyone at the MTO contacting the city of Hamilton to report any concerns arising from the friction testing results that you did or you took?
I am not. I am not.
Okay. And would you expect that if the MTO had safety concerns, they wouldn't sit on that information?
I don't believe they would.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
I believe counsel for Golder, Ms. Roberts, would be next.
Thank you. Mr. Marcelo, I'm Jennifer Roberts. I'm counsel for Golder. Commissioner, may I ask some questions?
By all means.
Thank you. Okay, I'll be very brief, Mr. Marcelo. I just want to go back to a point you raised earlier in your testimony, and that when you put together the testing results, that you reported back to your superiors where you saw, well, you reported every year. Take that, that's true. You have to answer without a nod, sir. You've got to, I've got to get.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question, please?
Sorry?
Can you repeat the question? I thought you were commenting. Just can you repeat the question?
Sure. I take it's correct that you reported the results of the friction testing every year. You did it to your superiors.
Yes, I did. Yes.
And you brought to their attention anything that you thought was noteworthy.
Yes.
Okay. But I take it, sir, that whether the change that you saw was noteworthy, had significance or not, was something that you expected your superiors to determine. That's correct?
That's correct.
And so where you noted in 2014, for instance, that friction continued to drop, I take it's correct that whether that was a significant change, you left to your superiors to determine.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Mr. Bourrier, I believe, is last up.
Hello, Mr. Marcelo. As you know, I'm counsel for the Ministry of Transportation. I have a couple questions I'd like to ask you regarding the evidence you gave this morning on, I'm going to ask the registrar to pull up the document. It's Golder document 4467. Do you remember looking at this email exchange this morning with Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I have your evidence correct on this issue. And before I ask my question, I just want to note for you, you'll see in the email from Vimy Henderson sent on October 29th, 2013 to Mr. Stephen Lee was sent at 4:09 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then it looks like Mr. Lee's reply email back to Vimy Henderson was sent at 4:30 p.m. on that same day. Do you see that? It's at the top of the document.
Yes. Yes.
Great. So I'm just noting that that seems to be a 21 minute difference there in when Mr. Lee responded to Vimy Henderson. But my questions for you are, is it your evidence that Mr. Lee made you aware of this municipal request at the time the request came in? So at 4:09 p.m. on October 29th, 2013?
No, he didn't let me know right away, no.
And do you remember when exactly he advised you of this request, or if he did in fact advise you of this request?
He did tell me about it, but it was sometime after that point.
Do you have any idea around what time frame it was?
No idea.
Do you remember if it was a telephone call or an in-person discussion? Any details about this discussion?
It was probably during the working day. That's all I recall.
And just so I'm clear, so your evidence is that Mr. Lee advised you of this request at some point, but prior to you reviewing documents in the context of this inquiry. Is that right?
I would say so.
Thank you, Commissioner. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, do you have any further questions?
I do. I think just three, I think. So this is about the trailer, the new trailer and skid trailer and new truck. I believe, Mr. Marciello, that when I was asking you questions, that you indicated that both the skid trailer and the truck were replaced in or about 2013, but that it was before the 2013 network testing. I think that's what you said to me. And then the GPS was added after the trailer was purchased. Is that correct? Because I'll just say the second thing is Mr. Chen, when he asked you, he asked you whether you believe the same vehicle and skid trailer were used for the Red Hill testing throughout, which includes 2014. And you said, yeah, you did believe that was the case. And so there's a discrepancy between those two answers that I see. And I'm wondering, can you help us out there?
I thought Mr. Chan meant that. No, I can't answer that. I can't explain it.
Okay, well, all we want to know is whether is when the new skid trailer was bought, and we know that so why don't we just sort of go back to when you got when the new trailer was bought, and maybe we'll follow up with the MTO for this information. But is it your recollection that the GPS was affixed to the trailer after it was bought, after it was purchased?
I believe it was.
Okay. And after the new trailer was purchased?
Yes.
Okay. And so if since we've seen the 2014 results have the GPS data on them, Would you agree? It appears that you were using the new skid trailer at that point. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much. It may be, Commissioner, that we'll need that. Just there's probably an easy answer to this rather than a memory test, Mr. Marciello, and we'll follow up with the MTO on that.
Sure.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. If there are no further questions from anyone, then Mr. Marciello, thank you for appearing before the inquiry. You're excused.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Lewis, I gather there is Mr. Senior is the next witness.
That's correct. And then I understand it's going to take about 10 minutes, possibly 15, but 10 minutes for him to be set up. And so the question then is whether we take our lunch, get started with Mr. Senior and then take lunch, or if we take an early lunch.
Why don't we take an early lunch and come back at 1:45?
Thank you.
Okay, and adjourned.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Council, Mr. Senior. Could we have the court reporter affirm Mr. Senior, please?
So, sir, do you affirm the evidence we're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senior. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, all.
So first thing I want to do is just take you briefly through your educational and work history before we get into specific matters. I understand that you were employed by the MTO from 1986 until your retirement from the MTO in November 2016. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that you do some consulting from time to time since your retirement, but for the most part, you are retired?
Let's just say I did a minor job over the since my retirement, but I really don't work.
Okay. And before joining the MTO, I understand that you obtained a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science from Waterloo in 1984. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, close to that date. It was a Bachelor of Science in Earth Sciences.
Yeah, there was another degree, and I'm just trying to remember when that was as well. Yeah.
Okay, well, and the Earth Science degree, that's the science degree, but not an engineering degree itself. Is that right?
That was correct. That's in the science faculty.
Right. And then a master's degree from Waterloo in geological engineering. Is that right?
Yes, also with the Faculty of Earth Sciences, but at that time they had initiated a geological engineering program, and I was still taking my master's courses in the Earth Sciences department, as well as a number of undergrad courses in the civil engineering department.
Okay. And when did you complete your master's?
I'm going to say around 1989.
Okay.
I had worked in the interval between my bachelor's and my master's.
All right. And you were a practicing engineer?
I qualified to register as a professional engineer in the province of Ontario after graduating from my master's degree at Waterloo.
Okay, so are you still registered as a practicing?
I'm still registered, yes, with the PEO.
Okay. And then at the MTO, I understand that you started off as an engineer, a contract position back in 1986.
Yes.
And then you were a geological engineer?
I was on contract in the soils and aggregates section for about 6 months, and then I was given a permanent position of geological engineer with the soils and aggregates section. Yes.
Okay, so your entire career at the MTO was within soils and aggregates?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you were the senior soils and aggregates engineer from, I think, 1989 to August 2008?
Yeah, there was about 17 or 18 years I was in that position.
Sorry, I think April 2008, I think.
It would have been until I won the competition for the head of section.
For the head of soils and aggregates?
Yes, head of soils and aggregates.
Okay, and that was to replace Mr. Chris Rogers, right?
Yes, following his retirement.
And were you the acting head of soils and aggregates, though, prior to taking on the permanent position?
Yes, I was given an assignment as acting head until they were able to hold the competition to fill it on a permanent basis.
Okay, and so ultimately, I'm correct, from when Mr. Rogers left, he left, I think, at the end of April 2008, then you stepped into the acting role, and then down the road, you won the permanent position. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And could you describe your duties in that last position as head of soils and aggregates?
As head of soils and aggregates, well, I managed a group of professionals, engineers, geologists, technicians, who supported the ministry's efforts regarding the issues around soil materials and other aggregate construction materials.
All right. And with respect to the designated source of materials list. I know that the Soils and Aggregates was the custodial office for the DSM for hot mix aggregates. Is that correct?
DSM 03525, that specific list was our management. We managed that list, yes.
Okay. And then you had under you until not too long before your retirement, Bob Gorman, is that right?
Bob Gorman worked in our department, or worked in our section, and reported to me directly, yes.
Okay. And I understand that, well, Mr. Chris Rogers was there. His evidence was that Mr. Gorman was the primary person responsible for managing the Soils and Aggregates DSM responsibilities. And did that remain the case after you stepped into Mr. Rogers' role?
Yes, that was part of the function of that position, and he maintained that work relationship throughout. Okay.
And he reported to you until, and he retired in 2015. He reported to you until his retirement, is that right?
That is correct.
And understood that his role, Mr. Gorman's role, included processing applications for inclusion of new sources on the DSM. Is that right?
He would take over the functions required to assess the source, either visit quarries or sample materials, and then manage it from there, and then would probably review with me his findings.
Okay. And he would prepare the letters to DSM applicants, typically?
He would prepare the letters that would go out on for my signature.
Right. And typically, would you discuss those letters with him and the conclusions before they went out?
We would certainly review them, and if there was anything to be added to the letter from my part, I would certainly add that. And at some point, I would sign the letter and we would send it out.
Okay. And generally speaking, were you involved in a day-to-day basis respecting the DSM list, or was it more periodic from your end?
It would have been as needed, but not in any way on a day-to-day basis.
And we also understand that prior to his retirement from Mr. Rogers, that requests for pavement friction testing by Soils and Aggregates section, at least towards the period when he retired, that they'd be sent by Mr. Gorman to the head of pavements and foundations. Did that remain the case during your tenure?
Yes, nothing had changed in that regard.
Okay. You sort of picked up a turnkey organization. Is that fair? in respect to the DSM?
I'm not so sure what that means.
It continued running the way it had before. You just picked up the operations as they were already running. Is that fair?
Well, to me, it was a silent operation. I didn't really need to interfere.
Okay. And if we could go to overview document 4, image 86, please. And just while he's pulling that up, Mr. Gorman, from time to time, I'll take you to what's called the overview document, chapter 4, which is a document that sets out narrative of facts and introduces documents and so forth. And it cites from the source documents that are referenced. Sometimes I may just take you to this overview document, but if you want to look at the underlying document and I haven't taken you to that, please let me know and we'll do that, okay?
Yes.
So just as an example, paragraph 200. So I guess if you could pull up the next image as well, Registrar, 87. And this just referenced one example of the the requests that were made as a March 16, 2009 request sent by Mr. Gorman to Becca Lane, who at the time was the head of pavements and foundations, to conduct skid resistance surveys for the 2009 season, and it sets out a whole list of pavements, including the chart showing over time what was to be surveyed. Was that the typical approach on an annual basis from soils and aggregates?
As far as I understand it, the typical approach would be there would be a request from the pavements and foundations section when they were preparing the future work, and they would send out notices asking for request if there was any need for any skid testing. And Bob would review the candidate sources that we would have on ready to be tested or waiting to be tested, or other test sections that we had that he wanted more information on.
Okay.
And so we would compile whatever was needed and then forward it back to the pavements and foundations section per their request.
Right. Okay. So it's sort of a request for request coming from
basically, yeah. I'm asking you, what do you need, so I can manage it. Yes.
Okay. And then we know that we've heard that that Frank Marciello, of course, conducted the friction testing for the MTO up until his departure from the MTO in 2015, and that his normal practice with respect to requests from soils and aggregates is that he would send it to Mr. Gorman and to you and to the head of pavements and foundations would send the results. Does that accord with your recollection as well?
Yes, as far as I know that Frank would send out the results to the requestors, and because just for information purposes mostly, that I would be copied on, or through me, the information would come into our section.
Okay. And if we could go to MTO 18621. This is a paper from 2004 called Pavement Surface Friction on Ontario Highways, listing Mr. Rogers, you, Becca Lane, and Frank Marciello as authors. Do you recall this?
No, I'm not listed as an author on that paper.
Oh, sorry. Sorry,
I'm
you're not. Sorry, you're right. You're quite right. You familiar with this paper?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I apologize and thank you for your attention. You're absolutely not listed. And if we could take you to image 7. There's a section on approval of new asphalt aggregate sources that's there. And I just want to take you through it and see during your tenure if this, for the most part, covers the process involved in once a new source sought to be listed on the DSM. And so the first thing is that there's and you can correct me if I'm wrong at any time, and I'm taking it from here, but also from my understanding that the first thing is that the quarry is inspected, and there's quality and consistency requirements at that stage. Is that right?
We sent out a letter to the proponent of these new sources and spelled out the requirements that what we would be looking for in terms of the physical testing, the production properties testing, and then alert them that we would need to have demonstration of their product in our pavements, and that we will be reviewing it over time before they actually received final approval.
Right. So that's the initial letter where you set out the requirements. Once you receive the application, a letter goes back to the applicant saying, this is what we're going to need. This is what's required.
When the application came in, we would send out the letters telling them, spelling out the steps they needed to take.
Right. Okay. And amongst them,
which included visiting the quarry source,
right,
sampling the materials, and testing it in our laboratories.
Sorry, and testing
in our laboratories at Downsview.
Right.
Yes.
And so there's the initial inspection, and then there's the general thing that's on the third line. In general, satisfactory quarry sources contain rocks that are even grained, homogeneous, and consistent with uniform quality throughout the site and a consistent aggregate density. And then it says a quarrying plan must be devised so as to ensure a homogeneous, uniform product.
There was a requirement to submit a quarrying plan. I'm not so sure what form that was or whether it was discussed at the site, but we needed to be assured that they had a fairly consistent deposit and there were no deleterious materials in there. If there were, we would alert them in their approval letter to we would identify the areas that they would have to omit or go around or quarry around. So none of those materials were included in their product.
And then there were the laboratory requirements that you referred to, and one of them, as stated here, is the minimum average polished stone value of 50 with no value less than 48. That was one of them, and that continued to be the case. Is that right?
Yes. The PSV test actually took 4 individual coupons, and we took the average of those coupons and reported that. So it would have been an average value of 50, with none of those values being lower than 48.
Right, of the 4. Okay.
Of the figures.
And when you say a coupon, what does that mean? I think others have referred to it. I'm not sure we've actually had anyone at the MTO describe that.
Oh, okay. A coupon is made with an epoxy backing, and it takes a fairly skilled operator, experienced operator, to place the aggregate particles according to the test method in the coupon, in which they would lay out the aggregate particles. It was a curved coupon, so it could fit on the round testing wheel of the PSV equipment. So it without a visual, is kind of hard to describe, but it would be a coupon, something like about 6 inches long, maybe 2 inches wide, and curved, so it fit on the outside circumference of the testing wheel.
I see.
And it exposed a number of aggregate particles to the abrasive and the rubber tire that was used to simulate the road conditions.
And yeah, sort of the platform that you're sticking it to, if I can put it that way, sticking the aggregates to, so it can be submitted for the testing. Is that right?
They were put in the aggregates were put in a mold, and then there was an epoxy. There was a sand filler for spacing. And then we would pour epoxy on the backing, and when the epoxy had cured, we'd take out the mold, and there would be the mold, and we remove the loose sand, so the aggregates would be fully exposed to the testing wheel.
I see. And then there was the aggregate abrasion value of 6 or less. Is another one?
Yes, that was also a prepared coupon in a very similar fashion, but it was flat. And we tested 2 coupons at a time and took the average value of those 2 coupons and reported that as a test value.
Okay, and they're not, the values aren't listed here, but we'll get to them when we look at one of the letters that went back in the case of the mixed aggregates, but refers to must meet requirements for shape, frost resistance, and water absorption. The bottom of the 4th paragraph. So there was a freeze thaw test, right? No,
in general, but there was a lot more than just that, right? So there were other physical tests, physical properties we would test for, and production properties we would test as well, and had to meet the requirements of what we had in our specifications at the time.
All right, and we'll look at the specific ones when we go to the test results in the case of the Red Hill.
Yes.
Okay. And then in the second paragraph, it says that MTO normally requires a 500-meter pavement test section using the new aggregate, and that it's tested for frictional characteristics with the brake force trailer for 2 years before the material will be considered for inclusion on the approved list. Inspection and skid testing will take place over the life of the test section. And so this is using the MTO's ASTM brake force trailer with the rib tire, is that correct?
The brake force trailer was used to measure the friction on the test section, yes.
Right. And typically, I know it says normally there, and that the normal typical approach that has been described is that the test section is done on a new, at the same time as a new pavement with an already approved aggregate, with the test section laid adjacent to the pavement that's being laid pursuant to the contract that's being constructed at that time. Is that right?
Yes, it would be up to the proponent to identify a contract if the quarry was owned or operated by the road building contractor or whatever association they had, but they would have to find a contract. Sometime we would find a contract or a system in finding a contract, an ongoing contract in which they were paving a portion of our highways, and then at the same time with the same mix design in the same location with the ongoing contract, place that normally 500-meter test section within that ongoing contract.
And am I correct that what you're looking for is for the new aggregate, the test strip section, to have as good or better frictional qualities than the control section? Is that correct? As good or better skid test results?
No.
No?
That's not correct. No.
Okay. So what is it?
We evaluated the test section on its own merit.
Meaning?
The fact that we had another aggregate adjacent to it would have been used as a control if there because we knew we already had an approved aggregate in that in the standard paving. So we would use that, or you could use that to identify if there was any anomalous conditions that were occurring. So you had expectations of what would be the material already being placed on the contract, and then you would test your test section, and just to ensure that you had no anomalies in conditions that would affect the friction results.
And anomalies in what sense?
Well,
in terms of weather and
in a lot, or if there was errors in the testing method, or something happened, if there was a contamination or spill on that section of pavement. And it's typical that we would do that with all of our test methods, at least where we could, is that we ran a material of known values, or at least within range, a known range, and to ensure that the testing we were getting from what we would use as a control was within an acceptable range. So we knew that everything was working, the testing was being conducted correctly.
Okay, and then what are the merits that you're then individually that you're looking for with skid testing on the test section?
Well, we want to make sure that the material stays in place, that there was no premature breakdown of the pavement mat, the aggregates weren't raveling from the pavement surface, we're losing materials, and then we would also test for the friction to determine what frictional properties or characteristics they had in accordance with the test method.
Right. But what you disagreed with me about was when I suggested that the reason for having the test strip is so you want to have the test strip to have as good or better skid resistance than the control strip. And you said, no, we evaluate
No,
the strip on its own merit. You said
we're not comparing it to the control material or the material on the standard contract. We're just using that to ensure that the testing is done within acceptable ranges.
Okay.
It's
But
not a direct comparison.
So then how are you evaluating the skid resistance qualities of the test strip?
From the data provided from the skid trailer.
Right. And what is the what is the standard or the number against which you are measuring it?
We didn't have a standard or number that we tested against. It was the way we described it. We wanted adequate friction.
Okay. And what defines adequate friction?
It was something that would have been acceptable in terms of, I guess, comparison with our 400 series highways test results.
Okay. Well, we've heard a lot from other witnesses about the use of the friction number 30.
Yes.
Within the MTO. So I don't want to spend a huge amount of time on the history of it and so forth. But is that what you are talking about? Is it that defines what's an acceptable number in terms of evaluation for DSM purposes?
From what I had read in the industry literature, 30 was a sort of a number that indicated that you're into something, a different kind of a situation. There's something that it's kind of a sort of when it goes from green to yellow in a sense where there's something there that may alert you. And we're talking about average friction numbers of the pavement section. So it's just used as a guideline more than anything else. And that was for the whole general network. In terms of the DSM materials, we were comfortable knowing that all of our test sections that we had were above 30 for sure. But I don't think that was in the back of our minds and something that we could use as a measuring stick.
Right. Okay. So you refer to it as the FN30 as a guideline or a measuring stick, something that's in the back of your head when you are evaluating the friction test results for DSM purposes. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because I know that number may have been used by pavement management people as to determine what actions they may take. So we kind of applied similar applications of that number to what we would assume to be acceptable friction.
Okay, and when you refer to pavement management people, you're talking about, am I correct, pavement management people within the MTO?
Well, pavement management people in the industry, I would imagine. It shouldn't be restricted just to MTO. But whoever was managing the pavement and whoever owns the pavement, certainly we would do it for our pavements.
Right. Well, that's what I'm talking about is MTO pavements. That's what you're talking about.
As far as I understand, yes.
Okay. And you talked about that. I'm not sure of the wording you used, but I think you said from about FN30 that there was something that you had read in the industry literature. That was a number that indicated that you went to something. It sort of goes from green to yellow. And I'm wondering, are you talking about internal MTO literature or more broadly industry literature?
Well, I do know that within the MTO publications, there was reference to that number, indicating that above that number, there was acceptable. Below that number, it was a little bit less acceptable, but there was something different. And then there was other numbers also that they used to sort of pigeonhole a condition of the pavement.
Okay. And in terms of the acceptable number for DSM aggregates, what what were you looking for? What kind of values, friction values, were you wanting to see for your DSM aggregates?
We were wanting to see as high as possible.
High, understandable.
High number
Higher
would
the
be
better, right?
would be desirable, yes.
Yeah, but and what was, generally speaking, what was your? I appreciate what you said about a guideline of the with the FN30, but was it higher than that you were looking for and hoping for? Well,
most of our DSM sources provide friction numbers from about low 30s, 32-ish to 50s, mid 50s, something like that. So that would be the typical range of test values that we would get from friction test results.
Okay, but I think, are those friction test results that you're talking about, are those the ones that are from the from friction management, as well as opposed to the ones that have been requested by soils and aggregates?
I believe those would be comparable. Those would be numbers that we would determine or measured from our test sections.
Okay.
And may or may not include actual contracts that included those DSM materials on additional contracts beyond the test section. But they would typically be within that range.
Okay. And if the number dropped below the average number from a test section or and monitoring as time passed, if the average dropped below FN30, what was the approach that was taken by soils and aggregates?
It never happened, so I can't say specifically what we did.
Well, you didn't. If it didn't happen, then you didn't do anything, presumably.
Didn't happen. No.
Okay. What if it did? Did you have a sense of what if it did drop below on an average below FN30, what you would have done?
I guess if there was a concern on the performance of the aggregates in the pavement, we would normally start to begin to take a closer look at the materials. I know there was a case where we did that, and we would probably go out and do a visual inspection first of all, because we wanted to know why the friction numbers may be on the low end. You'd want to take a visual inspection to determine if there was any clues to the changes in the macro or micro texture of the aggregates in the pavement. And we probably take cores of the materials and take the materials back for testing to determine if there was any change, or if they were samples that were outside the specifications. So that would be the first thing. And normally, I guess other than that, we would want to contact the proponent to let them know what was happening in a situation where we thought that the materials were desirable for the DSM, and hopefully work with the contract or the proponent to determine, ask them to work with us to determine what was the source of the problem and how can we eliminate that for sure. And I know in the other case, we put conditions on the materials and made sure that those conditions were met, and negotiate with them for things up to and including removal from the DSM.
Okay, so you're talking about another situation. On the one hand, you said that hadn't happened.
The DSM source, yes. This was a DSM source that we were investigating on a request from our regional people, which we had then investigated by taking cores, visual inspections, laboratory testing, and we're working with a proponent to determine how best to alleviate the issues that we were dealing with. And we worked over time to determine what conditions were required for them to maintain the use of their product.
Okay, and were these investigations and then negotiations, did these occur, were these initiated because of the skid resistance, or was it because of other concerns that were raised?
Of other concerns,
Okay.
other concerns.
Okay. And in the end, was it removed from the DSM?
No, it wasn't. We put conditions on the use of the materials. We required that the paving contractor who owned the quarry not supply them to other pavers, that they alert our office to any use of their materials in any MTO contracts, that they weren't allowed to sell it to municipalities. One of the reasons we asked for us to be informed, because these things may happen in the regions, we wouldn't necessarily know about it at first hand. So we gave these conditions, which I assume were met, because I don't think we removed the material from the DSM eventually.
Okay. And moving specifically to demixed aggregates and the Red Hill Valley Parkway, we know that the MTO conducted skid testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway between 2008 and 2014, with the exception of 2013, at the request of Soils and Aggregates. And we understand that the purpose of that testing was to evaluate and then maintain the application by demixed aggregates for DSM inclusion. Is that correct?
We requested testing on it to evaluate the frictional performance of the aggregates themselves.
Right.
Specifically for purposes of application and admittance on the DSM.
Okay. And we go to overview document 4, image 84. And this is in paragraph 193. And just to give you the background, we know that the MTO performed friction testing originally before the Red Hill opened. We've heard a lot of evidence about that on October 16th, 2007. And then before you started as the head of Soils and Aggregates, demixed aggregates applied for inclusion on the DSM. And then here it is on June 12th, 2008, the MTO conducted Red Hill Valley Parkway skid testing. Mr. Marciello emailed the results to Mr. Gorman, Mr. Raymond, and Mr. Pania on June 18, 2008. And do you know, because at that point you think you were the acting head of Soils and Aggregates, do you know why it didn't get sent to you at that time?
I do not know why. Okay. I can assume that the distribution was sent to those people who had made the original request. Maybe Frank didn't know I was acting head. I don't know what the reasons would have been, but I wasn't copied on that data.
All right. And did you review the results in any event?
I reviewed the results a year later when we were looking at giving them the conditional approval.
Okay, so and we will come to that then. You're saying you didn't review it. I mean, you weren't copied on it at this time.
No, no.
But and you think it was only later on in 2009 when you actually reviewed the results for the purposes
Well,
of approval?
I do know that I did look at them at that time, but I don't know whether, and I can't recall whether I looked at them prior to that.
Okay. Okay, and if we could go to two documents, MTO 44 and MTO 45, please. And actually, maybe first, if we could look at both pages from 44 before we pull up the samples. Thank you. So this is a letter from you dated December 4, 2008 to Estelle Gagnon at Demix Aggregates.
Mm-hmm.
And it's reapproval of physical properties of your Varennes quarry for SP 12.5 FC1 and SP 12.5 FC2 coarse and fine aggregates. And if you need a chance to review the letter, let me know. Or if you're already familiar enough, let me know.
I'm somewhat familiar with the contents of the letter, yes.
Okay. And is this one of the letters that you described that Mr. Gorman would have drafted for your signature?
I believe so. His name is on the bottom of the second page, left-hand side, indicating the authors. I think that's how it works with administrative.
So SAS is you, and
RGG, and then RGG would be Bob Gorman, and JLP would be Judy Pretty, who was our administration assistant at the time.
Okay. And in the and is this the standard kind of one of the standard letters that are sent to applicants?
I just know I sent it out. In this case, it was a interim letter to say that we had visited their quarries and we had samples and that we were proceeding with the application.
Okay. And we'll go to the lab tests in a minute, but it refers to a visit, as you said, to the quarry on July 17th. Says that in both of, I guess, in the first and third paragraphs. Again, is that the standard procedure for the that you described earlier? Sorry, in the first paragraph, it refers to coarse aggregate and screening samples taken from the quarry on July 17th, 2008.
I'm looking at a letter from December 4th, 2008 right now, and
yes,
there's nothing in there in the first paragraph. It just says we completed testing of your coarse aggregate and screening samples taken from your quarry, yes.
On July 17, 2000.
On July 17th, yes.
And then in the third paragraph, it says during our visit on July.
Is it on the July 17th? Yes.
Okay. And is that a reference to the standard visits that you referred to before that was part of the qualification requirements?
That would have been that would have been identifying the quarry visit that was made by our office, yes.
Okay, is that Mr. Gorman?
It was Mr. Gorman and Ms. McDonald.
That's Carol Ann McDonald?
Carol Ann McDonald.
She was a petrographer?
She was she was the petrographer for our section and a professionally registered geologist for the province of Ontario.
All right. And in the third paragraph, it says our petrographer has classified your rock as a syenite.
Trachytic monoliths.
Yes. And am I correct? That's within the general category of a trap rock?
It's more like a felsite, if you want to be specific. Trap rocks are more mafic, meaning more magnesium and iron minerals. This may have had a lot more sodium, calcium mineralogy or chemistry, different chemistry, but in any case, it would have been a fine-grained, extrusive volcanic rock type, and the identification of the minerals, which should be feldspar, albite, and nepheline. So the petrographer would have been the one to conduct petrographic analysis and description to identify the minerals within the rock type.
Okay. And then it says in paragraph 2, laboratory test results are portrayed in table 1. All of the test results are favorable and meet the specification criteria as outlined within special provision 110F12 amendment to OPSS 1003, November 2004. And if we could go to the test results then at, if we leave the first page there of the letter and bring up MTO 45. Okay, and so these are the test results that are referred to?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, date of sampling was July 17th, 2008.
Right, and then it lists the results from the various categories of requirement on the left-hand side. And all of these, as I said, they all met the requirements of the MTO at that point. Is that correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And so there's the polished stone value of 52. So that's above the required amount of 50.
Yes.
After 50, yeah.
Yes.
And the aggregate abrasion value of 2.3, which is below the 6 that's required. Is that right?
It shows very good resistance to abrasion. Yes. Along with the micro-Deval abrasion test, it shows very good resistance to abrasion.
Right, and the micro-Deval shows 2.7.
And even the Los Angeles abrasion and impact test results also show it's fairly resistant to abrasion and impact.
And that's has a 17 is the number beside the Los Angeles abrasion entry.
Yes.
Okay. And the freeze thaw percentage of 1.6. What about that?
Extremely well, extremely good. Yes. It's a test that we conducted and developed at the ministry for evaluating resistance for the weathering effects of freezing and thawing.
And then going back to the letter, in paragraph 4, it indicates that because the aggregate was used on Hamilton's Red Hill Valley Parkway in a 12.5 SMA mixture, we will allow this city job to act as the trial section needed for your source to be included on the ministry's designated source of materials list.
Mm-hmm.
And you explained it requires at least 2 winters before an approval decision can be made. The mix must obtain the desirable level of friction before the source can be considered for DSM inclusion. We plan to monitor the performance of your aggregate on the Parkway. So there's the reference to the desirable level of friction. What is that in this context?
It was indicating to them that we wanted a acceptable friction that we would allow to be used for our pavements. It just indicated to them that we were looking for good frictional properties.
Right. And there's, of course, clearly no reference to the number, the FN30 number that we were talking about.
No. There is no reference.
No, and again, is that you want it to have good frictional resistance, and I think as you described it, the FN30 is in the back of your head as a guideline as to so forth, but your preference is to have it as high as possible. Is that a
well, I don't know if the number 30, but we were actually wanting to see what the results were, and if they came down, if the average FN could have been at 30 or lower, it may have been determined that that wasn't desirable.
Right. Okay. Now, talking about the, if you're using the red hill, there is no control section, of course, of the type that we discussed earlier. That was the typical approach.
Well, there was no other aggregate on that pavement that we could compare it to or use as a control if we needed it.
Right. So if you're going to use that, then there's no control. There's no control section.
There's no other established previously accepted aggregate on the pavement that we could compare it to, or at least evaluate to determine whether all things are operating normally.
Right. And do you recall if you put any consideration into the issue of not having a control section to go along with the with using the red hill as a test strip for this purpose? Is that something that you thought about at all?
Not at all. Not at all. Nope.
Okay.
I think that in reviewing test numbers that I'd seen from other test sections, that I wasn't aware of what the control values were. So a control was something that I was not considering.
Okay. Well, I'm just looking at the timing here. And so Mr. Chris Rogers, he was previously in your position when the application came in December 2007. And then Mr. Gorman has, of course, some involvement with this, and he makes the visit to the quarry, as we've already talked about. And we did hear some evidence from Mr. Rogers about Mr. Gorman's involvement in drafting the original response letter to DMEX. But did you have any discussion with Mr. Gorman about the absence of a control strip to go along with the assessment of the aggregate using the red hill?
I don't think so. I have no recollection. I don't think it happened.
Okay.
But I don't know. I just don't know.
Okay.
My suspicion is that it wasn't a point of discussion. It may have been mentioned, but I don't think it was a point that we discussed.
Okay. So then to come back to this, the statement in this letter is that you're going to use the red hill as the trial section. That means there's no control section. Have I heard you correctly saying that's just not something that you thought about in this context? Is that
no?
correct?
I thought the use of the SMA or the Red Hill Valley Parkway 12.5 SMA mixture was established prior to my taking the position. It was indicated in a previous letter that they would be using that as they would accept that as the test section.
So let's go have a look at it. Hold on. If we go to images 79 and 80, back on overview document 4, please. So paragraph 182, this is moving from the image to on the left to the right, is the complete letter sent by, under Mr. Rogers' signature, to back to Demix and Dufferin about their original application on December 13, 2007. Is this the letter that you're talking about?
Yes, this is where I believe that it was established that we would be using the Parkway in its entirety as the for evaluating the aggregate.
Okay, and I see at the top of page 80 there, there's the first full paragraph. It says, "I note your quarried aggregate was recently used on Hamilton's Red Hill Valley Parkway in a 12.5 SMA mixture. We plan to monitor the performance of your aggregate in the expressway." Is that the passage you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you recall whether at the time you were aware of this letter and that intention, or is that through this inquiry process that you become aware of this letter?
I believe it's through this inquiry process. I'm not clear whether I knew about that letter or not.
Okay. So if we assume for the moment that you hadn't seen the letter, do you mean that, look, the decision had been made, this is how it came to me, and that we just proceeded with that? Is that?
Well, okay, so I would say that, yeah, we were just following in the process. We knew we had accepted the expressway as their evaluation section, and just indicating that we were going to continue using the expressway for the aggregates evaluation.
Okay, but how did that get conveyed to you? Do you recall how that decision was conveyed to you, that it was going to be the expressway that was used?
I'm not exactly, but I'm supposing that was in response to the original request from the proponent, from Dufferin.
Well, sorry, this is the original response from the MTO, this letter.
Sorry, the original request. The original request.
So in the original request, which we can go back to, I think it's at the previous page. Yeah, 78. At the bottom is an email with request letter, and it indicates that it was placed on, the SMA was placed on the City of Hamilton's Red Hill Creek Expressway in the form of SP 12.5 FC2 and SP 12.5 SMA. So it's not that it was a specific request, but I'm trying to, they certainly raised that that's where it had been used, certainly. I'm just wondering if you recall how you became aware of the decision to use the Red Hill as the test strip for the DSM purposes.
I am not aware of how that decision was made.
Okay. So do you think that decision was made before your arrival as the head of soils and aggregates?
Yes, because I don't think there was a request for a separate 500-meter test section on a future contract.
That's correct. We're not aware of that.
And I came into the position knowing, I guess in some respects, that the aggregate from Wren's Quarry was placed, and we were using the Red Hill Valley Parkway as the evaluation section.
Okay. And then to jump ahead to 2009, if we could go to image 87. and it's paragraphs 201 to 203. And we can certainly go to the results after this if you want to see it, but Mr. Marciello conducts the skid testing on May 7th, 2009. He emails them to you, Mr. Gorman, and Ms. Lane, attaching the results. And he indicates might be too early to tell, but it appears that friction levels / trends may be starting to decline over time. And then you replied, Frank, both Bob and I agree. There is no clear indication of any clear trend in the data. Maybe you just have a gut feeling for what's going on out there. Time will tell. We will be sending out a notice regarding conditional approval of the source pending satisfactory performance of the pavement and the source materials. Thanks for everything. And the if you want, we can absolutely go and look at the results. I can tell you that the averages were 35, 39.4, 37.1, 38.9. And do you want to look at the results before I just ask you some questions about this? Have you had a chance to look at them?
No, we should look at them. Let's look at them.
Okay, so if we could pull up two at a time, Registrar, if we could pull up MTO 5229 and 5230. Oh, sorry, we should pull them up in native. Sorry about that, in both of them in native format. Just takes them a little longer to do that. Just a second.
Sorry, Council, what was the second one?
5230.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a problem with the native?
Sorry, I have the second one. It's just taking a long time to come up. I have it now.
Okay. Oh. We lost the second one. There we go. Thank you. And so you can see on the one on the left is southbound lane 2 and northbound lane 1 on the right. This southbound lane has results from 07, 08, and 09, whereas the northbound has results from 8 and 9. You see the averages are 36, that's right, 35 and 39 in 2009.
Yes.
Okay. And should we look at the other ones?
No, but I think what's important here is that, yes, at that time, Bob and I did look at this data. and we only had basically 2 data points to go from, because there was only the 2008 and 2009 surveys, which would have been considered valid. The 2007 testing would have been prior to traffic. So we were looking at the results after 2 winters. So 2008 testing would have been after 1 winter. 2009 would have been after 2 winters. So you only have 2 data points. And it was kind of premature to say there was a specific trend if you didn't have the extended data.
Okay. Hence your comment back to Mr. Marciello.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And so you referred to, and it's in your ultimate letter, which we'll look at in a minute, but you referred to conditional approval.
Yes.
And is that the usual language that was used when an aggregate was first approved?
All applications and all listings on the DSM are conditional.
And conditional
it was standard.
Okay, so it wasn't number one, it was standard, it's a standard wording, that's number one.
Yes.
Okay, and number two, it's always conditional. Conditional on what?
Conditional on the conditional on a number of things. Conditional on them meeting the specifications for all of our aggregate requirements, including the special testing that we would do within our laboratories for friction, abrasion and polishing the aggregates. And conditional on them, there was 3 conditions. And the acceptance letter would have listed those conditions specifically.
Okay, so let's go to that. Registrar, it's image 88 in overview document 4. Thank you. So if you could just, so we don't have to strain the eyes, if you could pull that up. This is a May 20th letter, 2009, from you to Ms. Gagnon at DeMix. This is the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And in the first paragraph, really the first line, well, the first sentence refers to the conditional approval. That's just what we were talking about.
Yep, it says conditional.
Yeah. Okay, and then, but before that, just to cover off something we discussed earlier, it does refer to that your trap rock from your Varennes quarry is now conditionally approved. And I asked you, is generally speaking, is it come under the category of a trap rock? And you got into some specifics about it. So I come back to that, not being a geologist. Does it come under the broad category of trap rock, despite what you said?
Despite that, because it was a fine-grained volcanic rock, we sort of put it together with all of the other similar fine-grained volcanic extrusive rocks, which would include a diabase or a metagabbro, similar to that category. Yeah.
Okay.
So it was like more of a pigeonhole category that we placed it under for the purposes of petrographic evaluation. Because within our specifications, depending on the category, it would have a different requirement for some of the test methods or some of the test results. For example, the Dolomite sandstone would have had a different requirement for certain tests than the trap rock category would have.
Okay, and so the broad categories define the
as a trap, as a trap, yes.
Okay. And so, as you say, that in the second paragraph, second sentence in the first paragraph, the condition is that we obtain satisfactory pavement friction from the Hamilton Red Hill Valley Parkway SMA mixture where testing is conducted in future years. So
yes.
as I understand, that's the condition, not subsequent laboratory testing. Is that correct?
Well, no, that's one of the conditions. That's one of the conditions.
Okay.
There are conditions listed further down below.
Okay. Right, and so that's in the third last paragraph. It says, please note the continued approval of your aggregate is conditional upon it continuing to meet the requirements of OPSS 128, 1001, 1003, and such special provisions that alter these specifications, and maintaining an average polished stone value, okay, no less than 50 and no value less than 48.
Yes.
Okay, and is that, though, I mean, was it typical that you would go back and actually conduct those tests, or is it only if some issue was raised?
No, I think if we had the opportunity, if that material was ever used on another job somewhere, on another contract, and we had the opportunity to go and sample and retest it, we would have done that to ensure that the product that we were getting today was the same product we got or similar product that we got in the past.
Okay.
Depending on opportunity, yeah.
All right, and is that, again, is that a typical paragraph that would go in these kind of letters? That
I believe so.
Okay.
And there was a third condition.
Yeah, which is?
The last paragraph, as you are aware.
Yes.
To be listed, they have to register with the road authority.
Right, and pay the fee.
Well, let's say, okay, there was also another condition with they had to pay as a ministry a fee, as well as pay whatever it took to get the road authority registration. And there was a fee involved there.
Yeah, an annual fee, I believe.
That was an annual fee. We had a one-time charge.
Okay.
And depending on, it seems that there's no mention of that one-time charge in this letter. That means they must have already paid it.
Okay. And there's lab tests attached to this letter. We can go to them. They appear to be the same ones that were attached to the prior one. Maybe we should go have a look at it to make sure. It's MTO 47. Refers to the sample date of July 17, 2008.
That is the same, because it says December 4th, 2008 on the bottom. That is the same, exactly the same information that was given to them previously.
Okay. And did you ever inform Hamilton, the city of Hamilton, or any representative of the city of Hamilton about the DeMix application, or that the Red Hill SMA placement was being evaluated for that purpose?
No, I did not.
And did you ever consider doing so?
No, I did not. I would have not had any reason to.
Okay, why do you say that?
It was proprietary to our function, and we were just following through that. So I don't know who would have been interested in it.
Okay. Well, possibly the city of Hamilton, since it was their
Well, I would say it was for MTO purposes, certainly. So if anybody would have been notified, it would have been our regional offices.
Okay.
But I just, because we were just doing this to evaluate the materials, we were just sort of closing this door and moving on. I had no connection and I had no requests from the city of Hamilton. And usually I do respond, and we did have requests that would come into our offices for certain aspects, and even consultants would ask if we could do testing of their materials in our laboratories. And so we did respond to requests.
And if we could just go back to your letter, maybe we just open up MTO 46 was the letter we were looking at in the overview document. on the right there. So the approval is, or the conditional approval, to be fair, is for use as a source of SuperPave 12.5 FC1 course and SuperPave FC 12.5 FC2 course and find aggregates. And the approval was not also for use in SMA. And do you recall why that was at the time?
No, not at the time.
Okay, do you know now?
Well, in looking at some of the letters, it seems that the original request from Dufferin had requested the FC2, FC1, FC2.
Yeah, that you're right. It did say that on the letter.
Yeah, and I think that may have where that came from. Other than that, I know that there was a pause on SMA aggregates in SMA. Don't know whether, I guess they were delisted from the DSM at the time, so that may have been another reason that we weren't approving anything for SMA at the time. I'm only speculating here.
Okay, it was there definitely was the pause that was in place from 2007 through almost the end of 2014 on SMA, and their use, the acceptable aggregates were contained in a special provision used in MTO contracts. Is that what you're talking about there?
Yes, yeah, we wrote the special provision, yes.
Okay. And we know that DMIX was removed from the DSM in August 2016. And were you aware of that at the time?
No, I was not.
Okay. Oh, I understand they didn't pay the fees. So is that?
I imagine so, but they elected to remove themselves, and that's what I've been able to determine through this inquiry.
It wasn't something that you did. You didn't delist.
Absolutely not. No.
Okay. And did you ever inform Dufferin or DMIX of the friction test results from the MTO skid testing? It's
No,
not
I did not.
No.
No.
Commissioner, it is 3:05, which is a little before the usual break, but we started a little early. I only have a little bit left to cover about the 2014. So would this be a good time before I move on to that topic?
Sure. Let's take 15 minutes. We'll return at 3:20.
Great. And if we could have an all council breakout room, please, Registrar. Thank you. Good afternoon. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Please proceed.
So, Mr. Senior, Mr. Marciello tested the Red Hill in 2010, 11, 12, and 14 with the skid tester. But I'd like to just go to the 2014 results because it contains the comparison to the prior years, if that's okay with you. And if we could go to overview document 4, image 96, please. And paragraph 230, Mr. Marciello on July 25th, 2014 emailed you, copying Mr. Gorman and Stephen Lee, who at that point had become the head of pavements and foundations, attaching the Red Hill friction test results from July 12th and 23rd. It was split into 2 days, did 1 lane and then 3 lanes. And then that's the content of Mr. Marciello's email. And he says 4 lanes of the Parkway were tested a few days ago. Performance shows friction levels continuing to drop. Quick summary of average values in 2008 and in 2014. And then he gives the results, the average results rounded for each of the 4 lanes in those 2 years. Do you recall if you or Mr. Gorman asked Mr. Marciello to provide that comparison, or did he just provide them to you? Do you recall?
And Mr. Senior, you're just on mute.
How's that?
Good.
Thank you. That would have been Frank's submission to us without any request from me or anybody else that I would know of.
Okay. And on the averages, each of the 4 lanes shows a drop of 8 or 7. 3 of them, it's a drop of 8 FN, and in the final lane southbound 2, it's 7 between 2008 and 14. And we can go and look at the results. Do you recall, based on this, what your thoughts were at the time?
I can't recall.
Okay.
If I had any thoughts, I would have wanted to ask I would have ignored that and looked at the complete data, because there's only 2 data points there.
Yeah. And so why don't we go and look at the results? And why don't we start with, well, actually, before I do, what are the other data points you want? You mean all the intervening years, as well as the specific?
Yes, because those were the selected endpoints of the data.
Yeah. Okay, so if we go to MTO 22944 and MTO 22946. And sorry, I want the native version, please. I always neglected to say that off the top. You'd close the document recovery. Thank you. So this is on the left, northbound lane 2, and on the right, southbound lane 2. And we can also go to the detailed charts if you want, but if you want to take a moment to look at these.
Okay.
Do you want to look at the detailed numbers? Yes?
Not necessarily at this point.
Okay. And does this refresh your memory enough, or do you want to look at the other lanes as well?
No, that's good. I think the lane 2 is probably where you would be looking to make a decision from, because that would be the most traveled lane.
Okay. All right. So based on this, first of all, do you recall looking at this information rather than just Mr. Marciello's email?
I don't specifically recall looking at it, but I know I did.
Okay, fair enough. All right. And so what would your reaction then have been to these results at the time?
It would have been to look at the trend in the data, specifically over the performance of the last year and the most recent years, and to note that, yes, we did have high values in the beginning, but to see them drop is not abnormal, specifically for the trap rock category. But I've also noted that the averages were sort of becoming more constant over time and leveling off at a value in the low 30s.
And were you happy with these results?
I don't think I had an emotional response. I was looking at that and saying, well, there's nothing in the average numbers. There's not, I mean, it is low. And if we want to compare it to some of the other DSM traps, it was very similar. So there was nothing alarming about any of this information, given that the friction numbers were reasonably similar. So they would have been comparable to other pavements that we have already in existence.
Okay.
Not all of them, but a few, yeah.
But okay, and I want to be clear about that. There were other ones in existence that had a similar pattern and a similar number, but it's a few that you're talking about, not the large number of them. Is that a fair summary?
It would have been aggregate related,
right? And
the trap rocks themselves would have always given us our lower values, somewhere in the mid to low 30s over the long term.
Okay. And over this length of time, so here we're talking about 2014, a period of 7.
Yeah, 7 or 8 years or so, and we have data, and I think we were looking at some of the data of the historical performance of all of our DSM materials when we were reviewing the performance specifications and the requirements that we were looking at in looking at that process.
Okay, and by that, and I don't want to go into long thing, but you're talking about the issue of actually using an FN minimum or warranty number in contracts as a performance or warranty number. You're saying,
yes.
Yeah, and so you're looking at what the minimum numbers were in relation to that process and determining what would be used as the number in those performance contracts.
What could be used or how it compared, and where possibly what would be the impacts of making a number depending on where that number landed.
Right. Okay. And so you've looked at the averages here, and as I said, we can go into the detailed numbers, but on the northbound lane 2, and then why don't we go to it? Go to the detailed tab in both charts. And so in northbound lane 2 on the left, there's 5 readings that are below FN 30 and 4 of them are under 28. And in the one on the right, which is southbound lane 2, There's also 5 under 30, and the lowest of them says there the minimum is 26.1. And for DSM purposes, would you have been looking at individual readings or solely the average?
I would have been looking at the average. Usually, if you're comparing pavements and you're reporting the friction number of a pavement, it is the average friction number that you've achieved from the friction testing.
Okay. At some point, do individual readings become a concern for you, even if they weren't in this instance?
No, not individual readings other than a statistical parameter to determine what the minimum and maximum were. But normally it would be the average number that we were reviewing for purposes of reporting a number for that pavement.
For reporting it. No, I understand that, but you're evaluating this for, just for continuation on the DSM. And so for that purpose, are you saying that the individual readings were not of concern to you as long as the average was what?
Well, it would have been a concern if the average was the minimum. That would have been of interest, certainly. If the average was 27, that would have maybe have been a cause. But individually, that just means to me that at that location, there is a possibility of longer stopping distances in wet pavement conditions, which may have resulted in an increased number of wet pavement skidding accidents. And I don't know how to correlate without the addition of other data. It just is a number used in the average.
Right. Okay. So what I think I understand you as saying is it may be if you unpack the data and look at collision rates and geometrics and so forth, there may be or may not be a correlation between the lower friction values and wet weather collision numbers, but that's just not what you were doing here when you're looking at DSM approval. Is that?
Yes. For the pavement management,
right.
I guess that would have been a different story, but for our purposes, we wanted to know what was the overall friction, and the more data you have, the more accurate the information can be. Because we're actually looking at over 7,000 meters of test section, which would, instead of the 500 meters of test section that we would normally do.
Right. Right, and in which though 5 of the one on the left, 5 of 15 or 16 are under 30. So
yes.
Okay. But anyway, I just come back to it again that I just want to make sure I understand your evidence. That's not what you were focused on for the purposes of the DSM application, or rather the DSM continuation. Is that right?
No. Those numbers were just numbers, and it shows the variability in the pavement over a large section.
Right. But then I come back to what you consider to be, that the wording used, you spoke about earlier, an acceptable level of friction or desirable level, however you want to call it. And it does seem again that what you're really looking at here for that is something around 30 as the lower end on an average.
I would say that may have caused us to think differently.
Right. You don't know. It didn't happen.
Okay. The number of the low 30s was, and I would say that this particular material is on the lower end of all of our DSM materials.
Okay.
But in terms of frictional performance and pavement performance, it still is above that sort of a marker highlighted number of 30. And I would have, and I probably did, have gone to discuss this with other people who may have a better evaluation of overall pavement management but in terms of was that acceptable friction and how we would have looked at that in terms of the average.
Okay. And so Becca Lane testified that on that issue that you were involved in an internal discussion at some point after these results, 2014 results being produced, with her, Bob Gorman, and Mr. Marciello about DeMix aggregates, including about whether the DeMix aggregates performance was satisfactory for continuation on the DSM. And she testified that her recollection is that Mr. Marciello and Mr. Gorman came to her office to talk about it. And then I believe the three of them, was her recollection, walked over to your office to discuss with you. Do you recall a conversation of that nature?
Not specifically,
Okay.
but I'm sure it happened.
Okay.
Right?
Do you mean?
But not specifically, no.
Okay, so you don't have a specific recollection. When you say you're sure it happened, you mean if Ms. Lane recollects it, you don't doubt that it occurred? Is that what you mean?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is that because Ms. Lane has a particularly good memory?
Better than mine, I would say, yes, for sure.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, and but since you don't have any recollection of it, you just don't, even with that detail, you don't recall what it was, and you would just, if whatever Ms. Lane said, you wouldn't be able to discuss.
Well, that was a discussion that would have, and our office is full of a number of different specialists in different areas, and there was a lot of collaboration in discussing issues. I mean, we had many discussions in our little breakout room, so I can't recall any one specific. And I know sometimes even passing in the hallway, we would have conversations to update ourselves and to sort of say, where do we go from here? But yeah, I have no recollection of specifics, but I'm sure you would have looked at the numbers. We have looked at some comparisons, and then made a decision whether this was to remain on the DSM or not.
Okay. And since it wasn't removed at that time, presumably the decision was that it wasn't to be removed.
The decision was to say there's nothing there that warrants its removal.
Right.
Right.
And sorry, just give me one moment. Oh, yeah. So, do you recall if you considered? I asked you this question before about more generally about the test results and Hamilton, but did you consider providing the 2014 skid test results to the City of Hamilton or its representatives?
No, I did not.
Would you have had the authority to do so had you chosen to?
I suppose.
Okay.
I could have, if I had a contact, or if I knew someone, or if I had a reason to, I may have, but I would have had the authority.
Right, that's what I mean. I'm not saying that you did.
I would have had the authority for sure.
Okay. And do you know why the Red Hill wasn't further skid tested after 2014?
No, I do not.
And we know that Mr. Marciello left the MTO in relatively early in 2015. His last day working was in March of 2015. And we've heard that his position wasn't filled until May 2016 after a job competition. But do you recall if anyone was doing any skid testing for soils and aggregates in the meantime?
I don't have any memory of that, that's for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Okay.
I wouldn't know. Yeah.
All right. Did it resume at some point before you retired?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Don't know.
Okay.
Can't recall.
All right. Yeah, I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Senior. Council, for the participants may have some questions for you. I think, I know Council for the city does, but I should ask before we go over, Ms. Roberts, will you have any questions at this time?
No, I do not. Thank you very much.
Okay, and we know that Council for Dufferin does not, and the MTO may, but they go at the end of the event. So if, Commissioner, I believe then Ms. Janine Roberts would be first up for the city.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Council. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Senior. My name is Janine Roberts. As Commissioner Council mentioned, I'm counsel to the City of Hamilton. I just have a few questions for you, really talking about the friction testing on the Red Hill and the listing of the DMX aggregate, just following on the discussion that you've had with Commission Council already today. And first of all, I want to start with the 2008 friction testing results. And I think if I understand your evidence, it's that the 2008 results were acceptable for DMS inclusion purposes. Is that right?
I think the 2008 was only after one winter.
Yes.
So that would have not met the conditions that we needed at least 2 winters of testing before we considered them for inclusion.
Okay, so you have to look at the 2008 and the 2009 results together to make the assessment for inclusion on the DSM?
Yes, originally we wanted 2 years and at least, and specifically over 2 winters.
Okay. So your view after seeing the 2008 results and then seeing the 2009 results was that the DMX aggregate was acceptable for inclusion on the DSM?
No, not after there was no decision made in 2008 based on 1 winter of testing.
Sorry, my apologies. I mean, you had 2008 plus 2009. So after the 2009, looking at both years, the decision was being made. Is that correct?
After the 2009 test results, friction test results were reported and recorded, then we moved forward to making a decision.
Okay, and the decision was that the DMX aggregate was approved for listing on the DSM at that time, correct?
Was conditionally approved, as stated previously. Yes.
Great, conditionally approved. And if I understand what the implications of that are, it's that as of that 2009 decision, that meant that your view was that the DMX aggregate was acceptable for use by contractors who were paving MTO projects. Is that correct?
It was acceptable for FC 12.5 FC1 and acceptable for 12.5 FC2. Yes. Yes. At that time, it was listed for those products.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. And I think if I understood correctly, that view, you held that view every year as the friction testing results were reported. So we know 2010, 2011, 2012, 2014, that it continued that the DMX aggregate was listed on the DSM and was acceptable for use in the FC1 and the FC2 surface courses. Is that right?
Yes, we had no reason to remove them from the DSM for those purposes.
Okay. And I take it that means that it's correct that the MTO didn't identify any problems with respect to the DMX aggregate when it's in the testing that was used for the application and the listing of the aggregate on the DSM?
The testing that we did in our laboratories, it met all of our requirements that would have been necessary for it to be an approved aggregate on any job. And then also the friction testing results in 2009 were acceptable as a good frictional properties.
Okay, thank you. And I believe your evidence earlier was that you weren't aware at the time, but you're aware now that the DMX aggregate was removed because the supplier stopped paying fees for the listing. Is that right?
Yeah, I understand now that they made the decision to not register with the road authority at that time, yeah.
Okay, so the MTO didn't ever remove the DMIX aggregate because of any concerns with respect to its friction performance on the Red Hill, correct?
We did not remove it from the DSM.
Okay, for any reason at all?
We had no reason to remove it.
Okay, thank you. And just going back, and I'm happy to put it up on the screen if necessary, but I think you've already referenced it. So the approval that was sought and obtained was for the FC1, the SB2, SB12.5 FC1 and FC2, correct?
It was approved on the DSM for those two uses, yes.
Okay, so am I correct that the testing requirements for listing on the DSM for both FC1 and FC2 would have been the same?
The physical properties and the test results, yeah, it would have been very, yes, it would have been very similar, yes.
Okay, so very similar. So were there differences in what would be required for testing for FC1 versus FC2?
Well, FC1s, you wouldn't have to test the fine aggregate fraction. But FC2s, you would test the coarse and the fine aggregate fraction.
Oh, okay. And would the testing requirements for DSM listing for use in SMA have been the same as either of FC1 or FC2?
It would have been testing of the coarse and the fine aggregate, so it would have been similar to an FC2.
Okay. And are you aware of any differences in the testing requirements versus FC2?
No.
Okay. And just want to ask you specifically about the testing that was done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and then who was actually advised of the testing. Am I right that in approving the aggregate, that DMIX would have been advised that friction testing was conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2008 and 2009?
I believe in my correspondence, that's what we identified, that we would be doing testing on the Red Hill Valley.
Okay.
So they knew, they were aware through my correspondence, and that's what we were doing.
Okay. And with respect to the testing that was done after 2009, so 2010, 11, 12, and 14, were DMIX also advised that testing was being done on the Red Hill in those years?
Well, we told them that we would continue to monitor our evaluation section in future years. So I assume that they understood that and they knew that we were going to do that.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of either you or anyone else at the MTO actually advising them in any of those subsequent years about the friction testing being done on the Red Hill?
I'm not aware of anything like that, no.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. I just want to be clear about what your question was there.
Sure. Whether, so in the approval letter, as you mentioned, your correspondence did indicate that there was friction testing on the Red Hill in 2008, 2009. So I was just asking if you had any specific recollection of the 2010 onwards testing, and whether DMIX was told that those years involved testing of the Red Hill as well.
Well, we did in their approval letter, I believe we told them that we would continue to monitor it in the future.
Okay. So aside from that approval letter, there was no specific correspondence or notification about subsequent.
Nothing. No correspondence from me or my office. I don't know if there was conversations outside of that.
Okay. So looking at the friction numbers on the Red Hill in 2014, and you just had a conversation with Commission Counsel about those. I'm happy to ask the registrar to put them up on the screen if you need to see them again. But if you recall, the average friction numbers were all above 30 for all the lanes in 2014. Do you recall?
I do recall.
Okay. And I believe you'd mentioned that for DSM purposes, you were looking at those average friction values, and those were the values that were being evaluated. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I take it if the friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway continued to produce the same friction numbers as 2014, so averages above 30, your expectations would have been that the DMIX aggregate would have continued to be listed on the DSM?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you told us that your view was that the 2014 friction results for the Red Hill were consistent with the values that were seen on some of the other MTO pavements that included trap rock aggregates?
Well, mostly the trap rock aggregates would have been the material we were comparing it to. But it was, similar, very similar to.
Okay.
In terms of its in terms of its absolute final number and its I guess the values as they decreased over time.
Okay.
Over a certain time period, yeah.
Okay, thank you. But I take it if there had been any sort of concern with that 2014 testing in terms of safety issues, then you or someone else from the MTO would have advised someone from the city of Hamilton about any safety concerns?
I would imagine so, but I don't know. I can't say for sure, but I would imagine that would have been, if there was a safety concern, obviously if there was a safety concern, someone would have said something. Okay,
great. And then I just wanted to ask you, just following up, I believe your response about I believe you told Commission Council you didn't inform anyone from the city or any of the city's representatives about the DMIX application, or that the Red Hill was being evaluated for friction testing. Is that right?
Yes, we considered the pavements and foundations section to be the custodian of the data, and we just received it because we requested it.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask you if you're aware of any MTO policy at the time related to advising a municipality or really any third-party owner of a facility if friction testing was being done on a facility that's not an MTO facility.
Could you say that again, please? I'm not
sure. Sorry. So, in the context of the Red Hill, of course, is not an MTO facility.
Not an MTO facility.
So I understand it's a little bit of a one-off in terms of the test section being not an MTO pavement. I'm wondering if there was any policy, any MTO policy with respect to that sort of circumstance. So there's testing being done on a municipality's facility, for example. Was there a policy in place as to whether to either advise the municipality or seek permission from the municipality before conducting friction testing?
I believe that we only responded to requests from municipalities if they wanted to do friction testing on their pavements. But I don't think we would have just randomly gone off to a municipality and taken a friction number for no reason. For example, the city of Toronto, if they wanted to test the Don Valley Parkway for friction, they may make a request to the Ministry of Transportation, and depending on accommodation, ministry will see how they would respond to that.
Sure, and I understand that, and I mean, certainly this wasn't a case where the MTO was doing friction testing for no reason. I think we all understand that the friction testing was being done for the purposes of supporting DMIX's application to the DSM. So my question is really about whether there was a policy in place for those types of circumstances where testing was, the MTO was doing testing for its own purposes, but that testing was not being done on, in this case, the city of Hamilton's property or facility.
Yeah, I don't know if there was enough circumstances that occurred that would require a specific policy, written or understood, but it was more or less ad hoc as needed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Senior. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Mr. Lewis.
If Ms. Jennifer Roberts does not have any questions, she confirms that, then we would be on to Ms. McIver for the MTO.
I can confirm that we have no further questions.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Lewis.
I do not have any further questions.
Okay, well then, Mr. Senior, thank you for attending the inquiry.
Welcome.
you're excused.
Thank you very much.
And I think the same applies, unless there's anything further we have to deal with today, to the remaining council. Mr. Lewis?
I don't think we need to have a conference. If perhaps Ms. McIver could confirm this evening about Mr. Clement's availability to start early tomorrow, that I'd be grateful for that, since we know that Mr. Gorman will be shorter than his available slot because of the affidavit that's going to be filed.
I have confirmed that Mr. Clement will be available to start early tomorrow.
Thank you. Good. So we'll stand adjourned then until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.